Scott, you're still on for
I am.
objections and everything?
Yes?
Okay, we'll proceed back with the hearing.
I presume we already have a separation of witnesses?
Looks like it.
Okay.
And as we did last time, Commissioner Norman, the independent, will be handling objections. Okay. We are still in Mr. Hicks' presentation. Are you ready to proceed? Okay.
I called Dave Ward. He was out in the hallway.
I got it. Whole trip.
Yeah.
Do I need to get sworn
No, we'll have the,
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah,
yes.
he is a party, so yeah. Swear in with Mr. Hicks, because he's a party, and unlike Mr. Bride, who's acting as counsel for the respondent, Mr. Hicks is acting as his own chairperson, he should be sworn and then swear with us.
I don't think that Mr. Hicks needs to swear unless he's a witness. Right now, he's acting as an advocate on his own behalf as pro se.
But he was
in? I got
sworn,
sworn in last time.
but he was sworn in before he did an opening statement, and so I know what you're saying, I don't disagree with you, but it's just, I feel like at this point, it's better to go ahead and do
Do it
that
now.
and get it on the record before something happens later on, and we happen to forget, and that way it's all taken care of here. So, anyway.
Sir, if you would stand for us, please.
I do. Welcome, Mr. Ward. I appreciate it. I apologize for you having to be here all day yet last time, and hopefully this will be quick this time. Can you just describe who you are, what your role is, what your current job is?
Sure. My name is Dave Ward. I am the Director of Constituent Affairs for the Ohio Secretary of State's office. So I work with other divisions of our office to ensure consistent responses across the divisions. I respond to constituents directly via email, via snail mail, answer phones, do proclamations, and other duties as assigned.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the Secretary of State?
About 2 years.
What did you do before that?
Worked for the Ohio Bureau of Workers' Compensation.
Okay. And how do you know Alan Freeman? Or if you know Alan Freeman, how do you know Alan Freeman?
I was an intern on Gene Schmidt's congressional office in 2006, and he was the campaign manager for the Schmidt campaign. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And how do you know Stephen Caraway?
If
you know him.
Sure, I do. So he and I worked in Congresswoman Schmidt's office. I don't know when he started, but I began in 2008, and he was already involved in, campaign and whatnot. So at some point he was hired on to work on our staff, and so he and I worked together in that capacity.
Okay. And if you know him, how do you know Nick Owens?
Went to school with him. In kindergarten was the first time I met him, so I've known him.
You've heard of him?
Yeah.
So, and I know Nick Owens worked for Gene Schmidt as well, but was that at a discontiguous time to when you worked for Gene Schmidt, or did you overlap at all?
I was his intern, so
Okay.
he and I don't think I worked with him when I was in the official office. If I did, it was a very short time, but I interned under Nick Owens. So.
Okay, so you knew Alan Freeman and Stephen Caraway from Gene Schmidt's campaign. You knew Nick Owens from childhood, but also you had a relationship with him in Gene Schmidt's campaign.
Correct.
Okay. I've handed you Exhibit 19, so for the Commissioners, Exhibit 19. So are you familiar, other than the cover page, there's a cover page on there, are you familiar with that document?
I am not.
You are not?
No.
Then would it confuse you that you were included on records requests and responses that provided this document to me?
So if I responded to constituents' requests, I get my responses from other divisions of our office. So our campaign finance division would draft the email that I would then send out on behalf of our office.
Okay, so, and then my follow-up emails about this document, you don't recall any of those?
No, I don't know if
Recall any.
attachments, I share them with others, so if you sent me something, I would forward it
Okay,
to
I want to
you.
remind you that you're under oath.
Yeah.
Okay? Did you
I
provide,
would object, there's been no suggestion that the witness has been dishonest, and that reminder was.
there's about to be. Did you provide an
Just
anonymous
Mr.
tip?
Hicks, Mr. Hicks, if you would, let him finish answering his question before you step on his feet, okay?
I think it was finished, but did you provide an anonymous tip to anybody relating to the existence of this document or this document being filed?
No,
No, you didn't.
I don't recall, no.
Okay. This document has a paragraph in it, let me find it here. Okay, so you see the first, second, third, fourth paragraph of the document
On what page?
on the very first page. I'm sorry. So since you're not familiar with this document and according to your testimony, the paragraph here, this document I'll represent, it's already been an exhibit, is a filing that was made on April 15th, 2021 into the Secretary of State's office from Alan Freeman or his campaign. And it was provided to me in a records request where you were copied on it and then you were copied on a lot of follow-ups.
Okay.
And, but apparently never looked at the document or the attachments or the emails thoroughly.
I would object, this is not a question, this is testimony. If Mr. Hicks wishes to testify, he needs to take the stand.
Sustained, you need to ask a question, Mr. Hicks.
So that paragraph, the second sentence, could you read that? Where it starts, well, the campaign committee,
Of what paragraph?
of the fourth paragraph.
I should read the whole paragraph?
All right, you can start with the second sentence if you like, if you want to read the whole one.
Well, while the campaign committee once received a highly questionable email from Constant Content asking us to pay them over $290,000 without any description of why or what for, we were later informed that the email was not a campaign committee payable and that we should disregard it, which we did.
Okay. And your work is a constituent affair, you said constituent affairs?
Director, yeah.
Do you get involved with campaign finance reporting?
Nope,
Not at all?
nope,
Okay. All right. So you have no knowledge of what your office does in the matter when a campaign finance report is filed or
I
there's
do not.
inconsistencies? Okay, and your constituent affairs role includes no interaction with candidates about their finance reports?
if I refer them to, I will refer them to the division, yeah, if they call, I will say, hey, call our campaign finance division, but I will forward emails to our campaign finance division for their review and response.
Okay. All right, I want to get one other exhibit maybe with you. I'm going to have a look at exhibit 7. You give me that one back. While you might not be familiar with the specific documents in this packet, are you familiar with the format and so forth of these documents?
That looks familiar to the business filings of our office. It looks like the format that we use.
Okay, so do you get involved with things involving business filings in your role with constituent services?
Only if to refer people to the business division.
Okay, so what do you actually get involved in other than referring people to other people?
I mean, that's my main job. I will handle escalated constituents, so if someone calls and has concern about the secretary's position or statements, I will respond to those. But, we have a number of different divisions in our office, and so I act as the middleman. And so they will oftentimes, they'll elevate constituents to me. So if someone's angry, upset, persistent, they will have me kind of be the main front of that, kind of catch errors, if you will, and say, hey, send it all to me and then have me respond to them with whatever responses our business division provides, or in finance or elections, so I'll be the middleman here.
In your role as constituent, am I saying it right, constituent services or
Constituent affairs director.
Constituent affairs, okay. In your role as constituent affairs, do you receive training in the Secretary of State's office as to campaign finance?
No.
Do you receive training as into business formation and filing?
No.
Do you receive, what training do you receive?
With regard to other parts of our office, none.
So you do constituent affairs, but have no training in the things that the office is responsible for?
I don't need to. I will refer things to those divisions, and they will tell me.
If you have no training, how do you know what division to refer to?
Well, if the business-oriented question,
And once again, he stepped on the answer of the witness.
again, if it is a business-oriented question, I will forward that question to the business division. They also respond to constituents, so I'm not the only person that responds to constituents, right? They have entire divisions of folks who, answer questions, respond to constituents, so, I will maintain the email inbox, and so if a email comes in with campaign finance related questions, or business questions, or elections questions, I will typically forward that to those divisions, and they will respond, unless they say, hey, why don't you respond on our behalf, and here's the response that we
Okay.
provide you.
Do you know Kenny Henning?
I do.
And what's the difference between his role in the Secretary of State's office and your role?
Well, he's a regional liaison, so he goes around his district and, talks to boards of elections and businesses about what we do as an office.
Okay, and your representations here are that you don't receive any training in either campaign finance or in business formation rules or anything else. You just catch input and then distribute it to the appropriate persons in the office. Do you receive training as to how to route things in the office?
I mean, other than a quick like, hey, if it's business, here's the email to send it to. It's not rocket science.
So, at risk of Mr. Bry's objection, why not just give the citizens those emails then, if the only role you provide is to forward things to another email?
I would object. He's presuming that he doesn't give citizens emails when there's a public records request. No foundation for the question.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr. Warren, if you don't.
If I understand the question, you're asking, you might be under the assumption that there's only one email address for our office, is that correct? That's not the case.
No. I'm under the assumption that you take input, and then you just said that you send it to an email, whatever's the appropriate email address. Why not just put for citizens online, here's the email address to send? So I'm just curious enough for this, but what's the purpose of your job then?
So perhaps I can explain it to you better this way. If you go onto our webpage, ohiosos.gov, the contact page has a number of different divisions on there, and it says contact the elections division, contact campaign finance, contact business, contact whoever, contact whoever. At the bottom, there's a general inbox question link. And so if someone has a general question, they will use that inbox. And so if for example, we have, like it says business services, right? Well, if you're a church, you might think, well, I'm not a business, so I'm not going to, email business. However, our business services division handles nonprofits, right? And so I would forward that email to our business division for them to respond to. So it's on there to the public.
And you know that churches go through that, but you never had any training to teach you that that's where that would be?
Yeah, I mean, the person before me said, hey, if this is a business division, here's what the business services division does. I will oftentimes, if I get an email, I will call and say, hey, is this an issue you deal with? If the answer is yes, I forward it on.
Okay.
So I'm the middleman here.
I don't want to interrupt, but you need to let him finish, and you need to let him finish this question. We have a court reporter here who's trying to make a record, and when you talk over each other, it makes it impossible for our court reporter, okay?
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
I have no questions for this witness, and with respect to the suggestion the witness be excused and not have to wait out in the hall until the case.
Mr. Hicks, are you
I
okay
agree.
with that?
I'm good with that.
Mr. Ward, you may be excused.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Thank you.
I call Stephen Caraway.
Would you like to just call his name while you're up, Mr. Hicks?
What?
Would you just call his name while you're up? Thank you. You're up. If you would, sir, please stand to be sworn in.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help
thank you, Mr. Caraway, and I apologize for last time, you guys can stand up always all the time.
The snack bar is good.
Mr. Caraway, you're new to our process here, but Mr. Hicks is going to ask you questions, and the court reporter is going to take on everything we have to say. So if you would, let him finish his questions,
Sure.
and I'll give you whatever time you need to finish, and if not, I'll step in, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
But I do want to say that I'm glad I put the lid on that, and that that is a benefit of the sports, that the snack bar down there works well. So, Mr. Caraway, can you describe, just over time, your political experience, your pedigree, and how you've been involved in politics over your
Sure.
life?
Sure. Most of my professional career, Mr. Hicks, has been involved in politics or public service in some way. I've worked as a staffer for a member of the Congress. I've worked for the governor of Ohio. I've been an elected county official in Adams County. I've been a political consultant, very involved in politics in Southwest Ohio. So it has been a professional journey of mine to be involved in politics in some way or another for a long time.
Now, have you been in elective office, and if so, can you describe your elective office experience?
I was a county commissioner for one term, just shy of one term. I left early and went to work for the governor's administration, but I was elected in 2012 as a county commissioner.
Okay, and just, you started to answer, and I could already tell, but don't start answering until I
Sorry.
finish the question. Okay, and any other elective offices?
With the exception of a central committee position, precinct captain in my local party,
And what local party is that?
the Republican Party,
What?
Adams County.
Okay, and were you ever an officer within that party?
Well, sure, Mr. Hicks. I have been an officer. I can't say with certainty how long I've been an officer, but it has been for some time, at least 6 to 10 years.
And what officer positions have you held within that party?
Treasurer. I think for a time I was secretary and treasurer, but we actually amended our bylaws some time ago to give that role to 2 people because, as you know, it's a lot of work. So we actually split it out for 2 people to do.
Okay, and so in your role as treasurer, did you file the campaign finance reports for the party in Adams County?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Have you been involved in filing, when you were in public office, were you your own treasurer or was somebody else your treasurer?
I believe my wife was my treasurer. It's been almost a decade, Mr.
Okay.
Hicks. I do still have an active campaign account, but now I just file, or my treasurer files, local accountant files my compliance paperwork.
Okay, let's assume your wife was your treasurer. So during that time you were a public official, did you, when your reports needed to be filed, did you review them and were you involved in the actually putting together the report, or did you do that, did your wife do that, or whoever did it in a vacuum from you?
Her and I would have done it together.
Okay. Have you helped other people? Have you ever been a treasurer for somebody else?
I believe that I was a treasurer for a candidate for Court of Appeals. It was a failed bid for Court of Appeals some time ago. I did it, and it was an online portal. It was very different than, dealing with the local board of elections versus, the state Secretary of State's website. But I can't remember what election cycle that was.
Okay, so, but at least once you were
Yes.
the treasurer for somebody else. What's your relationship with Jeannie Schmidt?
Jeannie has been a mentor to me. Obviously I served under her direction when she was a member of Congress. She's obviously been in my life, a major part of my life for a long time.
Okay, and you worked for Jeannie Schmidt?
On several different occasions, both officially and through, campaign work. So obviously in her congressional office, I was there nearly her entire tenure in Congress. And, obviously during her 2020 House campaign, I would suggest to you that I was a part of the kitchen cabinet at the very least because we're very close.
Okay, and then when she got elected, did you work for her?
I did for a very short time. She had asked me to come on board, and I did for a few months. I don't remember exactly how long, but it wasn't long.
Okay, and what about your relationship with Nick Owens?
Nick Owens and I, we first met, I believe, in the special election of 2005. I don't remember when exactly, but he was obviously involved with then candidate Gene Schmidt's operation. We formed a friendship. We have watched each other, we've been very close friends. We've watched each other do very well in our careers. We've, just very close. I mean, he was a best man or a groomsman or something in my wedding, so.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with him now?
We haven't spoken that often, so probably a little strained since, the primary of 2020.
And why was it strange because of that?
Well, it was an uncomfortable situation, Mr. Hicks. I was tasked with being involved as my company, as being a vendor for JPL and Associates, to assist with Southern Ohio House races, basically anything I-70 South. And Mr. Owens had courted the endorsement of the then speaker, was fairly confident at some point he may get that endorsement, and sometime in the fall of 2019, he did not get that endorsement, and so, it was certainly strange. It was a rather uncomfortable situation.
I'm going to come back to that. There's a document I want to look at eventually, but I don't want to interrupt the flow of the questioning. Okay. You mentioned your company. So expand on what you mean by your company and what the role of your company was.
Sure. After I left the administration in 2019, I decided to do consulting and strategy on my own, open up my own shop, so to speak.
Okay.
Not a very big shop, considering it was a one-person shop. But my company is Churn Creek Strategies, and I had formed sometime in 2019. Admittedly, I took some time off, after leaving the administration. So Churn Creek Strategies is one of my companies that I provide consulting and campaign services to.
Okay. So,
to clients.
I might need to pull this document up, but it might make it easy for me also. So during and I'll probably come back to Churn Creek again, but just because you brought up your company. Is it a LLC?
It is.
Okay. And you mentioned it was contracted with who?
It was compensated by JPL and Associates.
So if I told you that in the email discovery you provided, to my recollection, you had an invoice in there that was from Churn Creek to Constant Content.
Yes.
So you would agree that you did. That's what I kept looking over here. That your invoicing that was in your discovery was not to JPL, it was to Constant Content.
That is correct.
So, but you said you were contracted with JPL.
Yes.
So can you explain to me why your company that was contracted with JPL was invoicing Constant Content?
Sure. Do you have a copy of the document? May I see that document?
That one I have, I can put it up on the screen and I can tell the commissioners what exhibit it is.
I just want to make sure I'm.
Yeah, I'll give me a second, I'll find it here. Because I have a net set that I printed out here. And it's in great big stuff. Apologize to the commissioners. Caraway. If you see it, you'll want to screen there. It's going to be an exhibit 11 for the commissioners. It's exhibit 11.
Right.
There we go. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to blow this up on the screen. There we go.
Yes.
So this is what I was referring to. So in Exhibit 11, if the commissioners are flipping through that, there's a thing that's invoiced that has Churn Creek Strategies at the top, and then there's some additional invoices behind that. And the invoice from you would agree, was made out to Constant Content, not to JPL.
That is correct.
I don't appear to, could you tell me which page of Exhibit 11 that is? I can't find it.
In the original file that I submitted in all, when we had to submit, it was page 198. In the
Okay, so
original,
that is not in your revised trial exhibits?
it's not in the net one yet, correct?
Okay, I'm sorry, I brought the revised trial exhibits with the understanding that those are the only documents that complainant was going to refer to.
But
Now we-
Mr. Caraway's already admitted that this was made to constant content. He asked to see the document, so I think as a courtesy, it makes sense that a document I already submitted as an exhibit is that he can see it when the witness asks to see the document.
Well, I think that it would be courtesy to provide a copy of this document, or at least tell me that it was going to be used today, when you had previously said that it would not be used today.
Mr. Bry, I reserve the right, as I told you previously, to use any of the documents that were part of my exhibit submission. I submitted to you a subset to try to make it easier of what I thought I was going to use.
If that's an objection, I'm going to overrule. The witness has to see the exhibit. Go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
So I think the question I asked is, you said, let me try to remember, you said you were contracted with JPL, and that your invoice, the invoice, and to be fair, there was only one invoice in your discovery to constant content, and there was no invoices to JPL, as I recall. But could you explain why your invoices were to, or invoices were to constant content, not JPL?
Sure. By looking, and Mr. Hicks, I do apologize, I have really bad vision.
You can walk up if you want to.
So, yeah, I am nearly certain. Yeah.
Sir, if you would go ahead, go step up and read it, though. If you're going to testify before you go back to
It's
your
in our
seat.
books.
That's the one,
Yes.
that's the same
Well,
one.
it's the total 1,500 something.
There's only one like this, so there's only one invoice like that, so.
So this invoice
Should I see
is,
documents that I don't have copies of before they're given to the witness?
Well then.
It's in
From
my
his
exhibit.
Exhibits I submitted, Don.
It's in the exhibit book that you have.
It is not in the exhibit book that I have.
Oh,
He replaced the exhibit book with a revised exhibit book. There is an exhibit 11 in the revised exhibit book from which he took this invoice piece of paper out.
Mr. Bry, I did not replace the exhibit book. I provided you with a subset of the key, since my exhibit that I submitted were 500 pages. As a courtesy, I provided you a subset of what I thought I was actually going to use to make it easier. Mr. Caraway asked to see the invoice, and it was in my original submission. I think this is nonsense, and we should move forward.
I understand it was in his original submission. Right now, I'm asking to see what was in his revised, not in his revised submission, that I do not have. Thank you.
Now can you see it?
so this invoice at the very top says Alan Freeman reimbursements. And so what would have happened in this particular case is that there were, as you can see, printing. I mean, it looks like all printing services for literature, letters, etc. Those would have been costs incurred by my company, and then I would have been asking for reimbursement for those expenses.
Did Alan Freeman know you were seeking reimbursement for those expenses?
I can't say with certainty, Mr. Hicks.
So how did you know about the expenses?
Repeat the question, please.
How did you know about the expenses then? And to ask for reimbursement for them?
Well, I would have sent these items to press on his behalf. For example, 5,000 envelopes, number 10 regular. As I recall, Mr. Freeman used a very specific kind of orange that had to be, mixed. And so, I took care of sending these items to press for him to use, or for his campaign. And there's a variety of different places that I may have sent items to press for vendors or folks that do my printing.
And Mr. Freeman was aware of those items or not aware of those items?
He would have been aware because, for example, the 5,000 envelopes, number 10 regular Freeman 2-color blue orange, I'm nearly certain Mr. Hicks was a Chase envelope,
Okay.
a letter, that the campaign uses to chase a ballot. You're familiar with chase pieces. So I would have somehow delivered or gotten to at some point these printed products to Mr. Freeman for use by his campaign.
Okay, so he would have been aware of it.
Yeah, he would have been aware. I can't say with certainty that he was aware of everything. I'm checking the invoice, Mr. Hicks, but I mean, these look like all chase piece related items with the exception of the 4x9 rack cards,
Right.
the 4x9 pieces of lid.
Okay. So why were they billed to Constant Content?
I remember asking about the reimbursement process, because obviously, you know, I can't bill the campaign committee directly. So
Why not?
for the most part, that would be seen, I believe, as unethical, because I am someone that is determining where the printed product goes. And so in this business, you have to be very careful not to give the implication that you are using one of your preferred printers or your own printer to send political business to. So I would have asked for reimbursement. The constant content question, Mr. Hicks, I remember vaguely asking about a reimbursement process and was told to make my invoice to constant content. And of course that I complied, and that's what I did. I mean, obviously it's a $1,556.28 invoice, so I needed to get the reimbursement.
Who told you to make your request for payment to Constant Content?
I believe it would have been Anna Lippincott who took care of the financial portion of the billing. I'm nearly certain it would have been Anna Lippincott.
You're nearly certain, or you're certain?
Mr. Hicks, it's been nearly 2 years ago. I would have had those kinds of conversation with Anna Lippincott.
Okay. Who paid you for your time and effort?
So my company was compensated by JPL and Associates. So if you mean paying me, I was never paid directly by JPL, my company was.
But your company's one person,
That's correct.
okay? And your company, I might have asked this, is your company an LLC?
It is, yes.
Okay, okay. So your company, one person was paid. How do you know there was, and I didn't find anything in your email discovery that showed anything about you billing or being paid for time on this. How did you get paid, and what was your agreement, and how much did you get paid?
It was a relatively small amount. I'm trying to remember. It was $4,000 or $5,000 a month. And so Mr. Hicks, have multiple sources of income. And so when I said it didn't necessarily pay me, I don't necessarily draw for personal benefit at that time, a check to myself.
So I want to jump back to, so you thought you were instructed to bill Constant Content because Churn Creek Consulting billing directly to the treasurer of the campaign for printed materials, in your mind, would have been unethical?
It would have been, and the other issue would have been, again, the appearance that I would be, adding profit, so to speak, because, in the political vending world, the way I do it, if I'm dealing directly with a candidate, I have to build in my time, right? My time is built into those services. And so this case was totally different because my company was on a retainer. And so I just asked for the reimbursement. And I sought to find the entity who, how do I get reimbursed for these items? And was told that Constant Content.
Okay. So I want to just explore, because I don't want to go forward, but because I want to make sure, since you mentioned unethical, that we have what definition you have of ethical and unethical, because I think it could apply to other questions. So just so you're saying that if Churn Creek Consulting would have billed the campaign directly, that would have been unethical, so instead you billed through a third-party company to hide the fact that Churn Creek Consulting was involved in purchasing these items?
Not at all.
So why did you, what would have been unethical about Churn Creek Consulting billing versus using a third-party constant content to bill?
Well, first of all, Mr. Hicks, I could not have billed Mr. Freeman's campaign through constant content because that company is not set up to do printed services with a tax certification through the Ohio Department of Taxation. So I would have needed to have charged sales taxes if Mr. Freeman was the direct recipient of my services. And so, you know, I was a third party, they would have been in charge of adding sales tax to services. I am incredibly, try to be very careful about making sure that the tax burden on products is met. So it's called wholesale. It's a wholesale process.
Okay, just want to find that page in here, see what's around it. So you're saying it's something to do with sales tax?
That's one of my concerns, yeah, sure.
So with that document, there were, and you don't have it before you, but the commissioners would have it, there were supporting invoices, and from what I see, they all have sales tax on them.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused. So like if I look at, so it would have been the next page in the commissioner's books in this exhibit. It is from the Informer newspaper.
Sure.
And it has sales tax on it.
Okay.
I mean, I can look at the other ones and see if they have.
Again, I don't have these pages.
And the witness
And
needs
neither
them
does the
too.
witness.
Right, neither does the witness.
The witness also very badly needs something to drink. My water is out in the hallway. Can I retrieve it or?
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Okay, all right, we're recessing for 5
We can
minutes.
just put that in your chair, it's not mine.
That's mine.
Is it yours? Would you like that, ma'am?
When you're finished, just leave it there for now.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, I brought the snack.
I didn't understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, next time just whack me in the head.
It's all right.
The day.
That sounds like an offer.
You what?
That sounds like an offer. Why do that?
No. It's all on camera.
Would you like to say? Otherwise, it would have been fine.
It's how you do on battery life.
Okay. 3 hours.
Gosh, that's
Look,
amazing.
there's a lot of different choices over there.
Laptop charger.
Otto, you're the best.
What kind of?
There's a lot of healthy stuff in there, those M&M peanut M&Ms.
I know, look, I mean, my hand's hovering over them.
I kept looking at it going,
You know, which I've got my phone with me now, he said he's good on battery, he had a full battery this morning.
It's coming with a chocolate cover.
Oh, no, because we've got the small round.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that. I
Yeah.
have that at the office, but my computer now doesn't use that one.
Dennis, you ready
It's better
to
than
She's a
proceed?
disruptor today.
Pardon me?
You ready to proceed?
It's a, absolutely. That's what we need disruptors.
Everybody ready? Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
I'll take that.
Okay, I know you don't have the documents in front of, these documents in front of you, I know this, but at this point, not only did I submit them on my original submissions, but at this point, I'm also, I think these documents are a form of impeachment, because he stated that he did this because it was invoiced a certain way because of sales tax considerations.
If you're going to cross-examine the witness about a document, you need to show the document to the witness.
I know,
Okay?
so,
Hold on.
There's no question, and he's trying to impeach his own witness, both of which are improper. Should ask a question and go forward.
okay. So, when you, several of the invoices, not all of them that rolled up into that, had sales tax charged on them. You just stated that you invoiced in a certain way because of sales tax considerations. You want to clarify that?
I would object to having the questioner tell him what is on the invoices without showing him what is not invoiced.
I think you need to show the witness the exhibit, Mr. Hicks.
Do you want to, does the commissioner want to share this, or do you want to walk up to the screen and be able to see them?
I would prefer to have a hard copy, Mr. Hicks. Do we have a hard
So
copy?
can a commissioner share?
Is this the one?
There's actually, you might want to just hand them a little stack. The invoices that you see there, Commissioner, are the ones that we're supporting to this bigger, the top invoice.
So it'd probably be easier if you shared them, because this is your case, it's not our case. Mr. Bly, have these been provided to you?
From one of the commissioners, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you would agree, Mr. Caraway, that not all, but some or most of those invoices have sales tax charged on them?
That is correct.
So you had said that you had to bill it this way. One of your explanations was to do with sales taxes, but the underlying invoices have sales tax.
Well, so for example, the Griffin printing does not have a sales tax. The printograph does have sales taxes, but I will tell you that if it is shipped, they charge Kentucky sales, no. If it is shipped, they charge no sales tax. If it is picked up at their Kentucky facility, they do charge sales tax, which gets a little confusing. And so, and obviously the person that did the billing at the Southern Ohio Publishing Group charged the rate of 7.25%. So absolutely a few of these did have sales tax items, expenditures, not all of them did.
But you would still maintain that part of the reason you had this billing approach had to do with sales tax?
Absolutely.
Okay. Were you paid? Were you reimbursed for that invoice?
Yes.
Okay, on a check, a wire transfer,
It would have been a paper check.
a paper check from Constant Content?
Do you want me to guess?
No.
Okay, you know, I do a significant amount of deposits, you know, both large and small, multiple accounts. I can't remember what the deposit slip and the check looked like.
Okay. How did you know that how were you paid by JPL? You said you were paid by JPL. How were you paid by them?
It was an electronic deposit every month, I believe.
To your recollection, I don't want you to guess, but did the bank statement say it was from JPL?
Mr. Hicks, I haven't looked at a bank statement of mine in many, many years. I do look, obviously, on the online portal. I am nearly certain that it said JPL and Associates.
Okay. So did you have did Churn Creek Strategies, or do you have any sort of arrangement letter or statement of work for your services you were providing to them?
No.
And was that your why?
I am not sure why I wasn't provided a scope of work or, you know, what did you call it again?
Arrangement letter or statement of work?
No, there was nothing.
An
like
agreement?
that. Yeah.
Okay. So who hired Churn Creek Strategies?
JPL and Associates, I had met with Mr. Longstrad and Miss Fitzmartin, and they hired.
And what did so it was a verbal agreement. What were the services you were to provide in that verbal agreement?
General campaign consulting. Again, I spoke earlier of a lot of the map in Ohio in 2020. There was a significant number of House races that were vacant, term limited, competitive seats, whatever the case.
Okay.
And so I was to consult on races south of 70.
Okay.
Interstate 70.
What races?
I can't say with certainty all of the races because obviously some are more involved than others. Some of them didn't have primaries, for example, that, we were preparing them, doing candidate development.
Okay. Let me narrow the question. In our region, Adams, Brown, Claremont.
Sure.
You live in Adams.
Right.
I live in Claremont. What races were you involved with under the JPL?
Alan Freeman and Gene Schmidt.
Okay. And were either of those candidates endorsed by the Ohio Republican Party?
No.
Okay. Did, what was Jeff Longstreth's role at that time as it related to the Ohio Republican Party?
Can you repeat the question, please?
What was Jeff Longstreth's role at that time as it related to the Ohio Republican Party?
I am not sure exactly what you were asking.
Did he have any specific role that you're aware of involving the Ohio Republican Party or the House caucus or, any of that? Did he have a specific role associated with one of those formal entities that are associated with the Ohio Republican Party or the House caucus?
And by House caucus, do you mean House Republican Campaign Committee?
Yes.
So I understood Mr. Longstreth's role to be the chief political advisor to the Speaker. And that included HRCC, the House Republican Campaign Committee, and also, taking care of political affairs that were at the pleasure of the Speaker or a priority of the Speaker. I do not know what his role would have been with the Ohio Republican Party.
So did he have, what's your title now? What do you do now?
So I am with the Ohio House Republican Alliance, and I take care of campaign strategy and consulting throughout Ohio.
What's the difference between that and the HRCC?
Well, it's a new entity, but it is there to protect the membership and also to elect Republicans to maintain a strong majority in the Ohio House.
Okay, at any point in time did you have a title related to the HRCC?
I don't know, Mr. Hicks, I don't necessarily know the title with HRCC.
Let me narrow the question. At any point in time, in say the last 2 years, have you been an employee of the HRCC or compensated by the HRCC?
No.
Okay. You said you worked for Gene Schmidt recently when she got elected.
Did you speak out loud? Was that a yes?
Yes,
Thank you.
I believe so. Repeat the question. I want to make sure I answer.
You said you worked for Gene Schmidt after she got elected, her current House term.
Correct.
Okay. And then you left working for her.
Yes.
And who did you go to work for?
ORA, the House Republican Organization.
Well, so help me, OROC hasn't existed since the Rosenberger
So,
days.
sir, you said OROC.
Yeah.
There is a very clear difference. It's ORA, O-H-R-A,
Oh, okay.
rather
I'm
than
sorry.
O-H-R-O-C. Yeah.
Okay. So, just to be clear, at the time, I want to re-ask this just because I'm confused. Was Jeff Longstreth, in your mind, during the 2020 primary campaign, the main guy or the poobah or whatever of the HRCC?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the Ohio Republican Party and the endorsement process that they have?
I am aware that they have an endorsement process. I do not know the details of the State Central Committee and their bylaws, but I do know that they have the authority to endorse at their pleasure.
But you also were aware that Gene Schmidt and Alan Freeman were not endorsed candidates of the Ohio Republican Party.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. So, okay, and did it strike you as, did Jeff Longstreth, how often did you talk with Jeff Longstreth during this whole period of the 2020 primary? How regularly did you speak with him personally?
Not regularly at all. I have thought about several times about how many conversations I would have had with Mr. Longstreth, and I am confident that it was half a dozen,
Okay.
no more than 8 to 10.
Okay. Do you know Ralph Sikora?
I do.
Sikora, I might be saying it wrong, but, okay. And did you know at that point in time what his role was?
I would have, yes, I would have known that Rob, I believe, was the executive director of the state party.
Okay. Were you aware of, did anybody at any time, well, let me ask you a different way. Did you ever wonder why you were being tasked to support candidates that were not endorsed by the Ohio Republican Party?
No, because they had the endorsement of the Speaker of the House. And, I mean, obviously that was where, you know, my work came in, was with House Republicans and, you know, taking care of the goals or the political goals of the Speaker.
Okay. So you were through Term Free Consulting, you were a contractor, or what have you, a consultant to the Speaker's organization, or to HRCC, or however you want to call it. You think you were paid about $4,000 or $5,000 a month, is that correct? Who gave you direction?
Primarily, my main point of contact, Mr. Hicks, was Megan Fitzmartin. Her and I spoke on a fairly regular basis.
So you characterized it during this period, you maybe talked to Jeff Longstreth personally, would you say like 8 to 10 times or something
It
like
was
that?
very, very little, a few times. I'm sorry I can't quantify the exact number, but it was limited.
But, okay, so just so I can put it in terms of the calendar, because we're talking about a period that is, you know, a fairly narrow period of time. So if I look at that period of time, I could say, I could interpret, you know, 8 to 10 meant like once a week, you know, but help me to understand on a weekly, during this primary, how often on a weekly basis during that period of time?
Specifically once that I recall, and that was after the governor had delayed the primary. I believe we were on a call with Mr. Longstreth, more of a, wasn't necessarily about strategy, it was more about checking in on everyone during the pandemic, you know, how are you all doing? You know, the legislature had not yet acted, provided an act.
Have you ever done a finance report that involved an in-kind contribution being reported?
For myself personally, or
Or where you were treasurer or what?
I do not recall ever doing an in-kind. It is possible, certainly, but I don't remember doing an in-kind.
Do you feel familiar with in-kind, what it means, what the definition is?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were a consultant, did anybody ever ask you for information on how much time you were spending with each candidate to facilitate reporting to the candidates on what in-kind they should be showing for your time?
No.
Did that strike you as odd?
Not necessarily, because, again, going back to my role as a campaign strategist, again, the way I've always done business is, you know, if I have a client, for example, or candidate, you know, Betty Buckeye, I provide everything for her, literature, strategic advice, digital, whatever the case. I am adding my cost, in some case significant cost, for my services into that product. And so, to you know, like an attorney or an accountant who would bill hourly, I have never done that, Mr. Hicks. I've never billed hourly for my service.
Well, I'm just referring to giving breakdowns for reporting for in-kind contributions. Did you receive a 1099?
So can you walk me through what?
So 1099, if you were a consultant,
Yes.
you would normally receive a 1099 afterwards with the totals for tax purposes of how much your consulting was in your role.
Yes, I am nearly certain I did receive a document. I do not necessarily look at all of that stuff. I keep it in a pile and hand it over to my accountant when the time comes to.
And how do you think you would have received that?
I'm sorry?
So you stated you got paid by wire transfers. How do you think you received the 1099, or do you recall how you received it?
It would have most likely been US mail.
Okay. Okay. Did it strike you as odd? Are you aware of yourself showing up on any campaign finance reporting in the 2020 primary cycle, anywhere?
Relative to
Anything?
individually, Stephen Caraway, or one of my companies? And
Specifically, Stephen Caraway or Churn Creek Consulting?
specifically with house races or other races?
Any races.
So it is possible that my company would have been listed on finance reports for multiple candidates because, I was running or involved in multiple primary house races in multiple counties and parts of the state, most of the county. But, so I'm trying to give you a truthful answer. I want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
In reference to a house race, I'm not sure if my name would appear to one of my companies.
Did you think that during the 2020 primary cycle, the manner of way, invoicing was happening, or the amounts of money that were being thrown out, did it strike you as odd?
Could you define odd?
Very unusual, very atypical of any normal political race. You said you've been involved in a lot of races.
Sure.
Was the 2020 primary cycle to you odd in terms of the amount of money or the activities or the invoicing or any aspect?
As you know, Mr. Hicks, campaigns, particularly in 2020 and 2021, are very expensive. Everything is very expensive. Consultants, mail, all of that. I did know that there was obviously large mail projects and things like that going out. Did I really stop and think, my goodness, this is a ton of money? Not necessarily, because again, I've been involved in several house races within, Mr. Hicks, a house race, a competitive one can cost, $300,000 in some cases, depending on what media market. It can cost 7 figures. So obviously for a primary in Southwest Ohio, the campaigns were obviously well-funded.
Okay, so I didn't know that was, so you're saying it didn't seem odd to you compared to any other primary race?
I'm having trouble understanding odd. The campaigns were well-funded. There certainly wasn't a lack of resources with those campaigns.
Okay, I'm going to jump back and ask some other simpler questions. What's your relationship, or during this period, prior to this period, what relationship, if any, did you have with Megan Fitzmartin? Prior to the primary?
So prior to me or my company being contracted or being compensated by JPL, or pre that?
Prior to the 2020 primary, so let's say prior to September of 2019.
So obviously at that period of time, we would have been doing some candidate development. There were, as I recall, a couple of candidates that were first-time candidates, and obviously that is a lot of work when there's a candidate that has never ran for public office before, for example. And so it would have been a fairly slow period, but certainly there was work being performed in anticipation of the 2020 cycle.
So I should have asked a better question. When did you first start being paid for your work on the 2020 primary?
I believe that it was probably July or August of 2019 when I actually
Started being paid.
Yeah.
So prior to July or August of 2019, did you have any prior relationship or working with Megan Fitzmartin?
excuse me, we had worked together on a few primaries. I was obviously unpaid at that time. I had a different job with a few House races in that part of the state. I also knew Miss Fitzmartin because of her prior employment with the administration. I would certainly have known who she was at that time, so we weren't particularly close, but I would have
Okay.
known.
During the course of the campaign, from July, and I'm more interested in when we get to the heat of the campaign, not the development time. What was your relationship, maybe let's say specifically, more in the heat of the campaign, from say October, November of 2019 through the end of the primary, April 28th? What was your relationship with Megan Fitzmartin? How often did you talk? Just characterize how you worked together with her.
I would object, there are several questions I would ask that only one be asked at a time.
I think that's fair, Ms. Hicks. Rephrase your question.
Describe for me in expansive terms your relationship with Megan Fitzmartin and your interactions over the course of the primary from September 2019 to September 2019 to March, or April 28th, 2020.
So as I testified before, the fall of 2019 would have been a fairly slow period. I would not say that Ms. Fitzmartin and I spoke on a daily basis. It may have been every other day, every third day. Certainly during the heat, as you explained it, of the campaign, there would have been near daily interaction.
Okay. With Megan Fitzmartin.
Correct.
And what would those interactions have been during the heat of the campaign?
About candidate issues, for example. Candidate XYZ has an issue or having a problem, or, what's the situation, what's the deal with this, so I can't obviously remember all of those conversations, but it would have been about general candidate and campaign things.
Like
Well, so, for example, how's Mr. Candidate, Mr. Freeman, whomever, doing on door-to-door? How, just general, I'm having trouble. Mr. Hicks, you've been involved in a campaign. There's just a lot of parts of a campaign, whether it's signage or literature or strategy or, voter contacts. So I'm having trouble understanding exactly.
So why don't we take those in order, okay? So I'm trying to remember the order you said. Signage, the development, design, purchase, and placement of signage. Were you involved with Megan Fitzmartin on any of that?
She would have certainly known about, what, are we referring to Mr. Freeman, or are we in general?
That's a good point. Let's make it specific to Mr. Freeman.
And you asked about signage?
Yes.
So she would have certainly been aware, for example, that I was executing a sign order on behalf of Mr. Freeman.
Okay. Would you have known the amount of that order?
Probably not.
Who from that Freeman campaign would have been the person checking to make sure the campaign had the money for those signs?
That would have been the campaign treasurer.
So how often did you have interactions with Susan Jones, the campaign treasurer?
Not often, because again, the limited things that I would have executed, the very limited purchases that I would have executed, obviously some literature and some signs, I would have known that there was sufficient cash on hand to handle that expenditure.
You should say that again, the last part.
I would have known that there was sufficient cash on hand to take care of a sign order, and I believe as part of the discovery, I don't remember what the sign order amount was.
Yeah, okay. All right, so how often did you meet with Alan Freeman during the course of the campaign? Let me rephrase that. In the heat of the campaign, So let's say November, through April. How often did you meet with Alan Freeman, and how often did you meet with Alan Freeman? Meet or have conference calls?
So Mr. Freeman and I would speak fairly regularly. Obviously, Mr. Freeman has, had some campaign experience, so my, if you will, guidance would have been less needed for someone like Mr. Freeman. So I would not say, particularly during the fall of 2019, that we would have had daily or weekly interaction. I maybe once, twice a week. Now, obviously, you go into the heat of the primary, that's probably dramatically different.
So in the heat of the primary time, define for me the heat of the primary time frame.
Probably right after New Year's,
Okay.
and through the extended.
Okay, so during the heated time after New Year's, on average, how often did you meet physically with Alan Freeman?
I believe Mr. Freeman and I were in the room. We shared the room together maybe 3 to 5 times. I mean, there was a restaurant. There's a restaurant there somewhere in Claremont County. I know we met there, and I believe at a Kroger,
Okay.
like a Starbucks, and so limited. I can't remember every occasion.
And who else was present at those meetings?
So I know maybe Mr. Freeman and I alone on one. There was also a time or two that R.J. Mancini was present, and I believe Luke Householder was present on at least one occasion.
Okay. Well, since you mentioned Luke Householder, what was Luke Householder's role relating to the Alan Freeman campaign?
Mr. Hicks, I believe he was a door knocker. The books and, going out and hitting the street, knocking on doors.
Who paid for him?
I am uncertain. I don't know.
You don't know that he was paid, or you don't know who paid him?
It was my understanding that he was voluntold to come to Southern Ohio and knock doors for a couple of candidates.
Where did he live?
Do you want me to guess? I mean,
I would object to any guessing. The witness.
No, I don't want you to guess, but I want you to answer.
I've certainly lived with his parents, so.
Where did he live during the campaign?
There is a hotel, if you want to call it a hotel, in Claremont County, somewhere in the East State area, and I believe he stayed.
Okay. How often did you and I talk during the campaign?
Mr. Hicks, you and I have talked a lot over the years, so I occasionally, certainly.
Okay, and I would say not that many years. When would you say you first knew me?
I don't know, maybe when you were running for county auditor, maybe?
Okay, so that would have been 2018, that's where I would place it. So you don't recall where Luke Householder was staying specifically?
It was a hotel, or it was a motel in Claremont County, in the East State area.
Okay, if I told you that we personally had a discussion after I made a video of him at that hotel, where you told me that you had booked the hotel and it was on.
I did not book the hotel, sir.
So you're denying that you told me in a conversation that you booked the hotel?
I do not remember booking the hotel. I wouldn't have had access to book a hotel. I mean, I wasn't paying for the hotel. I don't even know how many nights Mr. Householder was in. I mean, it was a short amount of time, so.
I'm gonna play a video. It's in, I'll tell you what exhibit number it is. Do you recognize that vehicle?
I believe so. I don't believe I ever personally witnessed Mr. Householder get out of that vehicle or was around that vehicle, but I'm certainly aware of the video.
Okay, and do you know where the video came from?
You shot the video,
Okay, and do you know where you sold the video?
I believe, on your Facebook page.
Okay, and I'm just gonna play the rest of it. This is a still picture. You recognize that person? I can play it, let me play it through.
In fairness, he's very covered up, but I'm certain that's Luke Householder.
Okay. Let me just play it. I don't know if there's that much more here. It's just in right now, so let me go back.
For the record, Mr. Hicks, what video, what exhibit?
Oh, that
is
was exhibit, hold on. Apologize, it is exhibit number 24.
Thank you.
I want to go back to the picture. So when you see that picture, do you recognize the hotel?
The logo on the sign, could you blow it up, please?
I don't know that I can. You can walk up there.
I can show them the still.
The picture? Okay.
As we did
Sure, that's the Days Inn.
Okay, are you familiar with where that Days Inn's located?
I'm not, I know it's in Eastgate. I think right down the road from your home.
Okay.
So I don't exactly know where your home is in this town.
Do you ever do any shopping at Lowe's or at Home Depot?
I would object. I'm not sure what this line of question has anything to do with as interested as this, with anything in this case, where he shops.
I'm gonna overrule it.
Lowe's or Home Depot? Are you asking regularly, or have I been at Home Depot?
Do you shop ever at Lowe's and Home Depot in the area in which you and I live?
I may have been at a Lowe's, but I would go to Lowe's in Maysville, Kentucky, if I needed to be at Lowe's.
Okay, not the Lowe's. Okay, so you wouldn't go to the Lowe's off a beach line. You would go to the Lowe's in Maysville, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you said you met, I think you said 3 to 5 times in person during the campaign. How often did you talk on the phone?
With whom?
Alan Freeman. I'm gonna come back to Luke Householder.
How many times or how often?
How often? During the heat, January, you described as January through April 28th, I guess.
I would say near daily or every other day, I mean, certainly there was plenty of interaction.
Okay. Did you ever talk about his media?
Media in the form of what?
TV commercials, radio ads?
So I'm certain that we would have had a conversation about media, for example, a film shoot or a photo shoot. As far as radio, no.
Okay. So I'm going to play a different thing. And it's going to be exhibit number, I'm going to play the short TV commercial. It's exhibit number 22A, I think, right? 22A.
A small business owner, a strong conservative, a family man. Alan Freeman will bring these same conservative values to the Ohio House, building business and a better Ohio for all our families. Alan Freeman for State Representative.
Are you familiar with that ad?
I am.
Did you during this campaign have the ability to post on Alan Freeman's campaign Facebook page?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So how are you familiar with this ad?
Well, for a few reasons. First of all, I do recollect seeing it on Mr. Hicks's, or I'm sorry, you're Mr. Hicks, Mr. Freeman's social media Facebook page. I am also familiar with, for example, the scene right there. I was present for that video shoot, that film shoot. It was a restaurant somewhere in Claremont County, I can't remember.
How about this one?
Was I there present for that? Yes.
Okay, so you're present at this one,
So when we say this one, what are you referring to, Mr. Hicks?
the office setting,
What's the exhibit that you're referring to?
22A, same exhibit.
Same one, okay, thank you.
Okay, it's just different parts in the video. So you were present at the office setting. Do you recognize where that office is?
Yeah, that is a RE/MAX office somewhere in Claremont County.
Whose office is it?
It is is it Hoffman Real Estate, or it is a real estate firm, and it's like a RE/MAX franchise. I don't exactly know how many agents work out of there, obviously.
I think you've answered but how's it connected to either of the campaigns?
The office?
Yeah.
So when you would go do a film shoot, you obviously need places to film. A variety of places, a school, an office. Offices are very popular.
So how is this office connected to the campaign?
Well, it wasn't necessarily connected to Mr. Freeman's campaign. It was a place that we shot numerous candidates' footage that day in that office.
How are the Hoffmans related to any of the candidates?
So the Hoffmans are, or it may not be the last name of Hoffman, but that is Representative Schmidt. It is her family, a member of her family's business.
Is it in fact her sister or sister-in-law?
I know it's a family business, Mr. Hicks, so I'm not sure exactly who is in the firm.
Okay. And you were present at this scene
That's
being
correct.
shot? And were you present at this scene being shot?
I believe so, because it looks like that was shot on the same day. My memory's a little blurry. It was a really busy day, but I think, remember that.
Do you recognize that location?
It looks like a kitchen, and we went to a home somewhere in Claremont County.
And it's just a random home?
No, it was, I don't remember the lady's name, but it was a relative or a close friend of Representative Schmidt.
Okay, so it was the two venues had something, connection to Jean Schmidt or her family.
Correct.
And this is another venue where multiple candidate shots were filmed?
I'm certain.
Okay. And, let me see here. Now, obviously, I think that's just stock footage. This scene, you remember being present at this?
Yes.
Okay, so who else was present at this?
There was no other candidate present that day. It was Mr. Freeman. That is
Non-candidate.
myself, obviously the proprietor there on the right-hand side of the screen, and Mr. Freeman.
Okay. I want to show a different exhibit now. This is going to be exhibit number 23. Exhibit number 23. It's another commercial. I think it's 15 seconds. So it's okay. So for this commercial, do you recall whether you were present at this filming?
Yes, that's at a restaurant in Claremont County. I just can't remember the name of the restaurant.
Okay, but it was done at the same time as the other commercial? Did you go to the restaurant two separate times for filming a Alan Freeman commercial versus a Growth and Opportunity Pack commercial, or were they both filmed at the same time?
All I can answer with certainty, Mr. Hicks, is that footage was filmed on the same day, at the same time.
And you were present when this took place,
Correct.
okay? And then you already said you were present here in the shop, whatever this guy's shop.
Yes.
Okay, so you were present, and that also took place on the same day?
No, I don't believe it did. It was sometime in January of 20, but that was not.
No, I'm not talking about whether it was the same day as the restaurant. I'm talking about whether it was the same day as the footage that was in the other commercial in the same setting.
I'm having trouble understanding. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So the filming of this footage in the wood shop, was it done on the same, the footage that was in the Alan Freeman commercial and the footage that's in this Growth and Opportunity Pack commercial, were those done at the same time, or same day, and were you present for both?
I was present when this film was shot.
Okay.
There wasn't two separate occasions. The film was shot and then.
Okay, just to be clear, okay. But you were present at all that filming that I highlighted, not the stock footage stuff.
Right.
By the way, just as an aside, this footage at the end, were you present when this was filmed? It's sort of uniquely different footage.
It is. I did not watch that particular set be shot. But I don't really want to speculate. I don't want to give you something that isn't truthful. But I believe that was shot at the same time that all of the other footage was.
Okay. But do you remember being at this, wherever that is? I can't place that.
Well, it's on the outside, so I'm not, I believe it was part of the main film shoot, the day of shooting.
Okay. I want to play Exhibit 25B. So 25B, just the last few seconds of it. I can play the whole thing. It's a 60-second radio ad. But I want to ask you if at the end you can identify the voice reading the disclaimer on the ad. I'm going to kind of, if you allow me, I'm going to.
Nick Owens claims he'll represent our values. But if Owens is a true conservative, why do conservative us send true conservative Alan Freeman for state representative?
Paid for by the committee to elect Alan Freeman.
Do you recognize that voice?
We'll stipulate that voice was Alan Freeman. We've had testimony, we don't need further.
Okay.
What is that number?
25. Okay. But just from, there's been testimony, but do you recognize the voice or not?
Yeah.
Maybe the other person was mistaken, Mr. Bryan.
I just stipulated.
So, all right, so, okay. Did you ever discuss campaign finances with Alan Freeman?
Mr. Hicks, could you define campaign finances?
No, you're interrupted just a second. We just had somebody step in. Are you good to end up being a witness in this case?
No, don't worry.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. We can move the podium over to the other side. So, let me ask you this, what kind of discussions would you have with Megan Freeman about campaign costs or finances?
Object to the
I'm sorry,
form-
Megan Fitzmartin or Alan Freeman without campaign costs or finances?
Object to the form of the question. He can answer what discussions he did have. He cannot answer what discussions he would have or would have had.
I said, what kind of discussions did you have with Alan Freeman or Megan Fitzmartin around campaign finances or costs?
During the heat of the campaign,
Yes.
obviously. General questions, for example, Mr. Freeman, part of the responsibility that a candidate has is to raise the necessary funds for expenditure. So obviously Mr. Freeman had scheduled a finance event or a fundraiser or two. I'm not exactly sure how many he had. I think I was present for at least one of those. I would have probably reported back, hey, it was, a good event, bad event. Frankly, I don't remember exactly how his.
Let me separate out being at an event with discussions about the campaign's overall finances, fundraising, media expenditures, other expenditures, and the affordability of them?
I do not recall having any specific conversations at the time during the campaign of this is going to cost X, Y, and this amount and this amount and this amount.
Okay, when you saw the ads start to appear on TV, was it a surprise to you?
Mr. Hicks, I don't have broadcast television at my home, even though I am in the Cincinnati media market. I don't see those, what I'm trying to say.
So were you aware of that there was a large amount of ads appearing on TV
At what point
during the heat of the campaign?
There were ads. Obviously, I believe there were a couple of ad buys. So can you tell me exactly which one? I mean, I don't know what the run would have been. I mean, sure, there were television ads up. I knew, obviously, that.
So if we believe what Strategy and Media has presented, $138,000 worth of ads ran in a period from about February 24th to March 17th, in that general time frame.
So about 30 days?
Yeah, probably a little less. They would probably say it was a little squeezed. I probably was a little on the front end.
I would object, there's been no question.
He's asking a question. Go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
So that amount, during that period, were you aware of a large volume of ads appearing on TV, even though you don't have broadcast TV at your home?
Yes.
Okay. Did it surprise you?
Not necessarily. Surprised me. I mean, it's the course of a campaign, Mr. Hicks. I mean,
Okay. Were you involved in any discussions about those ads appearing?
Television?
No?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No.
Okay. Did you tell anybody contrary to that? Did you tell, now you just testified under oath that you were not aware. Did you tell anybody, I guess, fib to them that you did know about them or the magnitude of the cost?
I would object. There's several questions. The witness is entitled to answer one question.
So I would have known, obviously, that there was a television buy, television purchase. Obviously, Mr. Hicks, I did not book the ads. I was not part of the budget discussion of the ads, so I wouldn't have known exactly what the ads cost. I can guess all day long. The Cincinnati media market is one of the most expensive in the state. Obviously, having prior experience in television ad, or, understanding what those cost, I would have known.
And what would have been your guess?
Objection. The witness is not entitled to be asked to guess.
Sustained.
What would be your estimate based on the volume and the discussions that you were hearing about and your testimony that the Cincinnati market was expensive? Order of magnitude, how much money would you have thought was being spent?
I would object. The form of the question asks for an opinion. He has not been authenticated as someone who has an opinion or has an expert basis to give an opinion about what it would cost for an amount of ads that he has already testified he doesn't know how many ran.
Overruled.
Can you ask the question?
If I can remember it, based on what you were hearing, since you don't have broadcast TV, on the volume of ads that were appearing in that heat of the moment time period, and based on your experience and in the Cincinnati market, what order of magnitude cost would you think would have applied to such magnitude of a buy of ads?
I would say, obviously, north of six figures.
Okay.
Certainly.
Were you, you said you were involved with Alan Freeman's fundraising, or going to a fundraising event at least.
Yes.
Are you aware of how much total money Alan Freeman raised for his campaign?
Mr. Hicks, I am not sure of the exact amount. Obviously, that would be publicly available. I know it was 100,000 plus, but I'm not sure the exact amount.
If I told you it was approximately 114,000, would you have any reason to dispute that number?
No.
Or does that sound about right
Yeah,
to you?
absolutely.
At the end of the campaign, after April 28th, are you aware of how much money Alan Freeman still had in his account?
Are you asking at that time how much or
Yes.
now?
At that time?
At that time, I probably did not know how much until the post-primary report would have been filed.
And do you remember order of magnitude when he filed his post-primary report, how much money was left in his campaign account?
Mr. Hicks, at that point, Mr. Freeman, respectfully, no disrespect to Mr. Freeman, he wasn't my issue anymore. He had been defeated in the primary. I gleaned that knowledge through other people, including yourself, and so I knew that he had around $100,000 left in the kitty, so to speak.
So what you just testified to is the scope of the ad buy being north of 6 figures based on your long political experience.
I would object, that's not proper characterization of his testimony.
Overruled, go ahead.
So based on that, when you found out from me or from that he had, close to 100,000 still in his campaign account after raising 115, did that strike you as odd?
Not trying to be funny, obviously odd. It was unusual, certainly, that a candidate for any public office or any office has that expenditure in their bank account following an election. I mean, generally, you spend these things down, you get a bill, you spend it down, and usually the campaign's running on fumes. They don't even have enough money to buy hors d'oeuvres at the party on election night. You spend all of the money.
So it seemed odd to you that there was so much, as a percentage of his campaign account that was still in the account after in his post-primary.
I'll concur.
Okay, and, did you have any discussions with Alan Freeman about the ad campaign that you were aware of, but then see because of not having broadcast TV, of any concern that ad campaign might exceed his resources to be able to pay for such a campaign?
I do not recollect having a direct conversation with Mr. Freeman about his ad buy or the fact that, if the buy was in excess of his cash on hand, that wouldn't have been in my wheelhouse.
Okay. Did the candidate express any concern to you at any point in time that there was some sort of unauthorized ad buy going on?
During the campaign?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Were you also aware of a significant amount of direct mail that was associated with the campaign?
Can you define significant, please?
So let's say if you take a district mailer for a house race, significant being more than 4 or 5 mailers in a cycle.
Yes.
And how many mailers would you estimate in the cycle you saw or were aware of that Alan Freeman sent out? I'm not talking about unique designs, I'm talking about number of drops.
Okay, so are you referring to the number of mail projects or the quantity per mail project?
I'm referring to the type of mailing that a political candidate does that targets likely voters to try to get them to vote for them, which in our district might be 5,000 to 10,000 households that you would hit with that kind of mailer. I'm not talking about chasers and stuff. That kind of mailer, were you familiar with the size and scope of and volume of what Alan Freeman's campaign was doing?
Specifically, the number of households is what you're asking, correct?
No, I'm asking the number of times mailers were dropped to large volumes of households in an organized way.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. Multiple. I would agree with your assessment that it was 5 to 10. I did not see on most occasions those pieces of art. For instance, the artwork before it went out. So, but I'm nearly certain that each candidate mail plan is around 8 to 10 mailers, depending on the competitiveness of the race.
Okay. Did you ever on mailers or on, your testimony here today is on mailers or media have discussions with Alan Freeman about the size, scope, cost of those projects?
No, sir, that is not in my wheelhouse as far as, hey, this is the cost of this project, because I didn't handle the mail, for example. I didn't book the media. So I wouldn't have known. I could guess all day long. I mean, you know, a standard primary and you know about how many
Okay.
pieces.
So you said 5 to 10 large-scale mail projects.
Define large, sir.
I already did, 5 to 10,000
Okay.
type range.
Sure, I agree.
So what's the right number though, 5, 10, or you don't know?
I don't know the exact amount.
Okay, so do you have an idea of a 5 to 10,000 person mailer, or let's say a 5,000 person, how much typically that costs?
In a primary? Is that, you're asking primary?
I don't think, I think the
Yeah.
cost is the same, whether it's primary or the general.
No, it wouldn't necessarily, because the universe would be higher. You would be.
I said for a 5,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I for a 5,000 piece drop, you're looking at, 4 to 5,000, depending on what the printing costs were.
So 10,000 would be about how much? Twice that number, or maybe a little cheaper?
Well, it would be
because of
cheaper
economy?
because of obviously the quantity discounts, as you know, the postal system, it depends on how many zones, postal zones that it has to go through. There's
Okay.
many variables. So, for example, a 10,000 piece mailer would probably cost 5,000 to 6,000.
Did you know that the ads in the kind of the final lead up to the then delayed primary on March 17th, when a large number of ads appeared, were you aware in advance that those ads were going to hit the airwaves?
I mean, as far as the exact content, or did I know when they were going to go up?
Did you know that there was a large ad buy that was going to hit the airwaves in the last week or so before the 17th date? Before they appeared on TV, did you know that those were coming?
So I knew of a digital buy. I did not necessarily know of a television buy.
Your testimony here is you did not know.
Of a television buy or a digital buy?
Help me to understand a digital buy versus a television buy.
So a digital buy would be, Facebook, YouTube, digital advertising rather than.
We're not talking about that. I'm talking about cable, television, things that I use my TV to watch.
Yes. I'm certain that I knew there was going to be a buy.
Okay. Did you in fact call Nick Owens and give him a tip to let him know it was coming?
I would not say it was a tip. I remember having a conversation with Mr. Owens. As you know, Mr. Hicks, he had a press event earlier in the
On March 6th.
week or whatever it is. I can remember being agitated by that press event, and I may have said, they're probably going to do a big buy on you. You shouldn't have said X, Y, Z. Again, Mr. Hicks, Mr. Owens and I have a very long-standing personal relationship, so it wouldn't have been out of character for me to call.
But I don't want to have a generalization as that based on what you did. I could see him doing this. I'm talking about a specific tip that a buy was being placed and for him to expect it.
I don't necessarily agree with your assertion that it was a tip. It was, in my
You
opinion.
informed him that it was coming.
Objection, the witness is being interrupted by the question. The witness should be permitted to complete his answer before a new question is posed.
I would agree. Sir, go ahead and finish your answer. Mr. Hicks, please allow him to finish.
Can you ask it again? I'm sorry.
Well, I asked, so you informed Nick Owens in advance that you knew that there was a buy, that was going to hit the airwaves?
Most likely, yes.
Did Alan Freeman know there was a buy that was going to hit the airwaves?
Yes. I mean, he's a candidate. He would have known that the television purchase was taking place.
So did
I
Alan
would
Freeman?
object to the form of the answer. It sounds like the witness is speculating rather than stating what the witness knows. The witness is
Well,
entitled
then why
to
don't you
what the
state
witness
what
knows.
Hold on,
No.
Mr. Hicks.
But not to speculate about what my candidate would have known.
You'll get the chance to cross-examine him.
Mr. Hicks?
To your knowledge, did Alan Freeman know that there was a buy that was about to hit the airwaves in advance of the ad starting? Yes or no? Or you don't know?
I'm unsure if he knew and what conversations he had with the folks in Columbus about his television ad. I can't tell you if he was given a heads up or
Okay,
whatever.
so the answer is you don't know.
Correct.
How did you know?
I would have found out through Megan Fitzmartin.
And did Megan Fitzmartin communicate with you about the extent of the buy, that it was a major buy? How did you know? So you took, I'm going to re-ask my question, but I want to build it up.
You're asking 3 questions.
So, okay, I'm sorry. This is important for Ohio. Okay, this is important for Ohio. So,
I would object to the premising of a question with how important it is for Ohio. Just ask the question.
Just ask the question, Mr. Hicks.
So, now I got to remember the question. Okay, so let me ask you to go backwards a little bit. How did you find out that the ad buy was coming? Megan Fitzmartin said. Okay. How did you come to the realization that it was a significant enough an ad buy that you called Nick Owens to give him a tip-off?
Well, I would object to the form of the question. He had previously testified that he would not characterize it as a tip-off.
Okay, so to inform Nick Owens of the ad buy.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So how did you informed Nick Owens of the ad buy? You knew that the ads were coming. This is your testimony. I think your testimony is that you knew it was a significant ad buy, okay?
Are
So,
those all yeses? I see you nodding your head.
Yes, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you.
okay, it's a significant ad buy. You testified that Megan Fitzmartin is where you would have found out about the ad buy. So ergo, did you find out about the financial volume of the ad buy from Megan Fitzmartin?
I don't recall that Ms. Fitzmartin gave me a dollar figure. Mr. Hicks, as I've testified, if you are going to have an impact in the Cincinnati television market, it's going to be expensive. And, you know, there are 4 broadcast stations, and so if you're buying network television, particularly in Cincinnati, I would bet every penny I've got that it's going to be a 7-figure buy if you're going to have an impact.
Were there, in your work with the householder team, were there certain rules about spending money and never doing it without the candidate being aware and having approved it?
That's correct.
Okay, so how was that rule bent or broken a lot, or at all, or was that a firm rule? The candidate needs to approve it before it goes out?
I was always told that the candidate had the final say. The candidate had veto power, the candidate had approval power, that nothing was to go out without the candidate's approval or okay. Now, as far as the content, as far as the budgeting, sir, I do not know the answer to the,
Okay, so that's like that to the question I asked. So your testimony is that Megan Fitzmartin told you about this buy in advance, but you don't know whether she told Alan Freeman. So are you testifying that in that case, you believe that the rules might have been broken, or you don't think would you have any reason to believe that he wouldn't know?
Objection, one question should be asked at a time.
Sustained.
So you testified that you weren't sure whether Alan Freeman knew
Do what?
that the ad buy was coming, okay, in advance. But Megan Fitzmartin told you the ad buy was coming in advance. And you testified the rule was we can never do this without candidate approval.
I would object, he's just recited the candidate's testimony, summarizing accurately or inaccurately. He should ask a question and not summarize his final argument.
I want to make sure that I'm accurately stating what Mr. Freeman, what Mr. Caraway has testified.
And ask specific questions. If you
So, because then you would say that, but you said that you're unsure whether Megan Fitzmartin knew about, whether she informed or anybody informed Alan Freeman of this ad buy?
I would absolutely again, Mr. Hicks, I don't want to guess. I'm not privy to the phone conversations necessarily between Mr. Freeman and Ms. Fitzmartin. But past practice would have been to have that conversation with the candidate.
Did Alan Freeman ever express to you concern about this ad buy and its ability to pay for it?
Not that I recall.
Did Megan Fitzmartin ever communicate to you concern about the ad buy and the ability to pay for it?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever express concern to anybody about the ad buy and the ability of the campaign to pay for it?
About the ad specifically, we're talking about this buy.
The finance, yeah.
No. You're speaking of the television buy right now, correct? Could you re-ask the question, please?
So just to make sure we're on the same page, you know, if it was a above six-figure ad buy, did you have concern or express concern to anybody at the ability of the campaign to be able to afford that ad buy?
I did not express concern regarding the ad buy, again, because, Mr. Hicks, I didn't take care of creative, and I didn't take care of booking, and I didn't take care of the budgeting.
After the campaign was winding down, okay, did you and Alan Freeman have any discussions about his campaign finances or potential debts or financial obligations that he had not yet recognized?
Could you define wound down? Is there a certain date?
Well, you've made it sound, let me just ask my question without the wound down. Did after the ad buy, after March 17th, did you and Alan Freeman ever have discussions about the cost of what was going on and his ability to pay for it?
I am certain that Mr. Freeman and I had a conversation about his cost of his campaign. Mr. Hicks, I testified that I did not take care of his billing. He had asked me about a bill. I told him to, quote, something like call Columbus or call Miss Lippincott, whatever the case, because again, I don't do billing.
Okay, so I'm going to hand you Mr. Bry's Exhibit W. So Exhibit W from Mr. Bry. Have you ever seen this document before?
This particular document, this isn't itemized. Like it's just pay $290,000. I don't remember seeing anything like that. It just, no one, I mean, it doesn't have what the services are.
Okay, is that size of a number, the $290,000 number, were you ever involved in discussions about the campaign having that kind of obligation or that kind of expense?
With whom? That was specifically,
With anybody?
Oh, sure. So you're talking post-primary?
Yes.
Okay.
But no, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about, you know, within the 30 days after the primary.
Right. So I do know that Mr. Freeman and I had a conversation. I'm sorry, I can't recollect when it was. You know, was it April, May, June? I'm not sure, of 2020. He did ask me, hey, do you know anything about a bill? And I said, Alan, you need to talk to Columbus about that. Separately, in 2020, sometime in May of 2020, I asked Anna Lippincott about Mr. Freeman's bill. I said, hey, you know what's the deal with that? Because Mr. Hicks, it's no secret. I mean, there was a deficit.
I would object to hearsay about what Ann Lippincott said to Mr. Caraway. Plus, it's not responsive to the question.
Overrule.
You can continue if you'd
I
like.
don't remember where I was.
So I guess I asked the question very specifically about discussions with Alan Freeman about his concern with his ability to pay his bills for this campaign. Did you ever have any discussions with Alan Freeman about his concerns with his ability to pay the bills associated with this campaign?
So I did have at least one conversation with him post-primary. He was concerned that he hadn't gotten a bill or was waiting on a bill and I talked.
That's a different question,
Okay.
okay? I'm asking specifically, did you have a discussion with him where he was expressing to you his concern with his ability to pay his bills?
I would object to the questioner interrupting the witness when the witness is answering. I believe the answer was responsive. Obviously, the question can disagree.
Overruled, go ahead.
Sir, I think I answered your question in the last answer, that I did have a conversation with Mr. Freeman about his bill.
I'm not asking you, that's not the question I asked. The question I asked, did you have a discussion with him about his concern with being able to pay his bills?
I'm sure at some point I did. I can't remember exactly when.
When that discussion took place, was the order of magnitude of those bills approximate to that number of $290,000?
Him and I did not discuss a number.
So you admit to a discussion about his ability to pay his bills, but you never talked about the scope or size of those bills?
I would object, it mischaracterizes his response. He said, I'm sure I would have at one time. That is different than admitting that he knows and remembers that he did have such a conversation.
Overruled, go ahead.
So you testified that you had at least one discussion about concerns with the bill and concerns with paying the bill, or bills. And I asked, was the order of magnitude number that kind of number that you discussed? And I believe your testimony was you never discussed a number. And I would just like you to clarify that, because I think a lot of people would find it odd you had a discussion about the ability of somebody to pay a bill and never talked about a number.
I would object to the non-question portion.
I asked him to clarify that.
Overruled, go ahead.
Sir, I wouldn't have known the amount. The sheet that you have here, I wouldn't have known that it was $290,744.
Did you discuss a number in that range is what I asked.
I don't know that I discussed a number with him. I didn't take care of the billing. I don't know exactly what was spent where.
So your testimony is that you had a discussion about his ability to pay his bill, but you either can't remember or you did not talk about any dollar amounts in that discussion. That's your testimony.
There's no question pending. His testimony.
That's a question, Don.
No, you don't make a statement and say it's a question.
I believe I understand what you're asking. And I have testified that I do not remember specifically having a $290,000, 744, 290K discussion with him specifically as relates to this document.
Did you tell other people that you had? Did you tell me that you had?
There was some concern.
That's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I do not remember exactly what I talked to you about, Mr. Hicks.
Did you tell Nick Owens that that was the approximate amount?
Probably.
Okay. Did you tell, so you knew an approximate amount? How did you know the approximate amount that you told Nick Owens?
Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, based on my experience of knowing that a mail plan cost about this much, obviously there was television, there was a lot of things. I mean, it looked to me like a $250,000 campaign.
But you never discussed that number with Alan Freeman?
I'm certain at some point I had conversations with Mr. Freeman about his invoice, that his concern of, hey, you know, I need to take care of my billing, whatever the case, and in which I told him that he needed to contact Columbus, the folks at JPL and Associates or Constant Content or whomever.
I asked you if you had told me that number, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember a discussion that you and I had on December 16th, immediately preceding the December 17th preliminary hearing in this matter?
I do remember talking to you about it was cold, it was the winter time, I did have a conversation with you.
Do you remember where I was?
I think you were in sunny Florida.
Okay, so you remember that much?
Yeah.
Do you remember how long that conversation was?
I don't.
If I told you, and I'd be prepared to produce, you know, records, that it was over 30 minutes?
Okay.
Okay, do you remember anything we discussed during that call?
No, I don't, Mr. Hicks, I'm sorry, we probably talked about campaigns, I'm not sure exactly.
If I told you that we discussed the size and scope of Alan Freeman's bill and his knowledge of it, would you have reason to believe I was not telling the truth?
I would have no reason to believe that.
Okay, so, just for the, okay, so, all right. I might be close to done. So you build constant content for your expenses, correct?
For reimbursements?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the receipt of a bill by Alan Freeman by Constant Content, can you help me to understand what in your mind was the difference between JPL and Associates and Constant Content?
It was my understanding, Mr. Hicks, that Constant Content was the media company or the entity that billed for creative services, whether that be mail or television, whatever the case. It was the entity that billed a campaign.
In his affidavit submitted for the preliminary hearing, Alan Freeman stated that he had a contract with JPL and Associates. He subsequently stated he had no contract with Constant Content, and whatever invoice he received wasn't valid in his mind. So help me then to understand, you said media arm, but for example, Megan Fitzmartin, was she an employee of Constant Content or employee of JPL and Associates in your mind?
Objection to what was in his mind. The question is what he knows.
Do you know whether Megan Fitzmartin was an employee of Constant Content or JPL and Associates?
I know with certainty that she was a contractor with JPL. I do not know Constant Content.
Okay, if this is one
This
of
is the commissioner.
yeah, whose is this?
Okay.
Does everyone understand?
So,
Some of those.
Invoice is
are-
fine.
so Bromers, that's there.
Thank you.
I'm gonna look at exhibit 12. So, exhibit 12 is emails, out of the emails that you provided, and we can go back and look at the emails and stipulate the emails that you provided. I went in and, retyped the URLs that were in those emails.
Okay.
To see if they worked or not. And they went to various things like, that's where I got the long form of Nick Owens, the attack ad on Nick Owens by Alan Freeman was from that URLs. I got other pictures of photography. Were you involved in using Dropbox to share things during the course of the campaign?
Rarely. There was a.
I guess I'm not trying to speak.
Mr. Hicks, you gotta let him finish.
Okay, but I want him to answer
You
the
gotta
question.
let him finish.
Okay.
Can you ask that question again, please?
I'm gonna ask a yes or no question. Did you use Dropbox related to Alan Freeman during the course of the campaign to share materials?
I used it, but not to necessarily share.
Well, how did you use it?
That's where candidate assets would be, a logo, a photo, whatever.
Okay, so you used it to retrieve candidate assets or to see candidate assets?
Yes,
Did you use it to approve candidate assets?
I didn't.
Because you weren't involved in approving
Correct.
the assets? Did Alan Freeman use Dropbox to?
To the extent the witness knows, not speculation.
I don't believe the candidate would have used Dropbox unless it was, for example, sometimes files are large, and so you do transfer, for example, a TV spot using a Dropbox account, Mr. Hicks, because of storage in an email.
So I zoomed in on, I don't know what page, if you flip it, there's a picture, it shows this picture. Alan Freeman and his family standing at the door, standing at a door.
Okay.
And to the right of that, I just zoomed in here because it's hard to read, unless you zoom in. There's that the file was from Megan Fitzmartin Constant Content.
Okay.
Okay, so did you see this? Did you see this ad? I believe this was the ad, or I believe this was a picture. Let me zoom out. Did you see this picture?
I see the photograph now, and are you asking if I've seen it during the campaign?
Yes.
I believe so. I think I was standing there while the photo was taken. I was at that particular photo shoot.
Okay. In the time since the campaign wound down, have you paid any attention to these proceedings?
Some, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with Jeff Longstreth about the cost of Alan Freeman's campaign?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with Anna Lippencourt about the cost of Alan Freeman's campaign?
Yes.
And what was can you characterize those conversations?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you discuss with Anna Lippencourt relating to Alan Freeman's campaign?
Objection, hearsay.
I think he can testify what he discussed, he can't testify what she discussed.
I would have discussed with her post-primary in 2020 because I was confident that there was a deficit, Mr. Hicks. And at that point, I was told that they were going to work to raise the money into the Freeman for committee, whatever it was called, to pay the bill.
And who were they?
The speakers, the sitting House Speaker at the time.
Okay. And you were aware that Gene Schmidt also received a bill from Constant Contact?
At that time, I was not, but I certainly am now, yes.
And you're aware that Gene Schmidt ultimately raised money and paid her bill to Constant Contact?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you involved in any discussions with Gene Schmidt about those bills or paying them?
Not at the time. Certainly, we have had discussions since then regarding her, her invoices as it relates to the proceedings that are currently before this commission.
Okay. When did you quit working with the Alan Freeman campaign? When did your paid retainer end for working with the Alan Freeman campaign?
So I wasn't on a paid retainer by
Candidate, I bet you got what I'm saying.
Yes. Most generally, after the primary, I certainly spoke with Mr. Freeman post-primary, but our interactions, would have come to a near halt.
So that post-primary would be after April 28th?
Yeah.
Okay.
The second primary, as we call it.
Okay, so April, and are you aware of when Jeff Longstreth, Larry Householder, and others were indicted? Okay.
I know when they were arrested. I don't know if there was an indictment on that date or not.
But do you remember the general time frame in which they were indicted?
Well, what was stipulated, the arrest took place on or about July 22, 2020.
Okay. So I think he was indicted on July 30th, okay, 2020. And these discussions, since your activity with the campaign wound down almost immediately after April 28th, all the discussions that you've represented happened prior, at least in a range of at least minimum 3 months before there were any indictments.
That is accurate.
Okay.
If I'm understanding your question with certainty, I believe so.
Did you have any involvement with or receive any compensation from other sources during this campaign related to the House races or trying to get certain candidates elected?
Relating to the House races, I would have
Primary House races.
Yeah, I would have only been compensated with the exception of the reimbursements from, my company from JPM.
Did you have any involvement or knowledge of growth and opportunity tax spending in behalf of support Alan Freeman?
I was certainly aware of it, particularly because of the significant press coverage.
Were you aware of the interconnections between, were you aware of any interconnections between the people you were working with, like Megan Fitzmartin and Anna Lippincott, and the growth and opportunity tax spending?
Can you repeat that question again?
Were you aware of any connections between Megan Fitzmartin and Anna Lippincott related to the growth and opportunities tax spending?
Not directly, no.
Did you suspect there were connections?
Objection to what he suspected. What he knows or doesn't know is relevant. What he suspects or guesses or has an impression about is not.
Sustained.
Did you, from your experience as a political expert, you've been involved in a lot of things, did the activities of Growth and Opportunity PAC and the campaign seem to you to be coordinated?
I
In terms
object,
of when ads hit and when things
I
hit
object,
mailboxes?
I object, there is no foundation for him being a legal expert about what is or is not coordination. He is
I'm not referring to
and there
legal
is no
coordination, I'm referring to
foundation
timing.
for the premise of him giving an expert opinion.
Overruled, I think he can testify if he knows.
I certainly.
But just to be clear, now,
Mr. Hicks, you gotta
well,
let him
I'm
answer the
going to
question.
clarify just because he brought something up. I'm not talking about coordination in the sense of the legal term coordination, I'm talking about timing of when things were happening. But go ahead and answer the question.
Can you ask the question one more time, please?
Were you, based on your seeing campaigns, did it seem to you like there was, the timing was coordinated between things that were happening in the growth and opportunity spending and in the campaign spending?
I would object to a question to which the response is what it seems.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll try to answer this and then we'll dance until I can ask it in a way that it can be answered. So, in your personal knowledge of seeing when things were happening within the campaigns, both the Freeman campaign and the growth and opportunity, and given your experience with political campaigns, did the timing of things seem to be, I'm trying to figure out words where I don't get objected to. Did the timing seem to be neat and clean in terms of when things were hitting from each of those spends?
Again, I object to what seems to be.
Sustained.
Okay, I think this is a very important question. This is a quasi-judicial board. We can play games with sustaining and so on and so forth, but the remember on March 6th,
Just ask the question appropriately and then the witness can answer it, but you can't have him guess and speculate.
this is a quasi-judicial body, okay? You know what I'm trying to get at, and we're having lawyers use techniques.
Mr. Hicks, you've gotten quite a bit of latitude here today and in the first day of hearings. Ask the question appropriately. Don't beg on your knees for mercy to do what you're supposed to do correctly.
Okay. Based on what you saw in real time in the campaign, did you suspect that there was coordination taking place?
Objection to what the witness suspects.
Sustained.
I'm going to move on and leave it on the record that this very important question about coordination this is the reason why it wasn't asked. So I'm going to go to
Mr. Hicks, how much longer do you think you have? I'm only asking because we've got a court reporter who's been going now for well over 2 hours.
I think with him I have maybe 10 more minutes.
You okay
If
with
we
that,
want to
Senator?
take a break or not, that's
Okay. We'll take a break when you're completed.
Okay. I'm going to play Exhibit 23 again.
Owens claims he's pro-life, but he's not endorsed by Ohio Right to Life PAC. Owens claims he's pro-Second Amendment, but failed to earn the highest rating from Buckeye Firearms Association PAC. The truth is, we can't trust Nick Owens. Alan Freeman's endorsed by Ohio Right to Life PAC, and A-rated by the NRA and Buckeye Firearms Association PAC. Vote conservative. Vote Alan Freeman. Growth and Opportunity PAC is responsible for the contents of this advertisement.
So you testified previously that you were present at that filming. Were you aware when that was being filmed that Growth and Opportunity PAC would be using footage that was being filmed?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, define not necessarily?
So I was there for a candidate shoot. You know, obviously, you know, a campaign committee, you know, they're there to get film, B-roll, a variety of things for a candidate's campaign. I had obviously no idea how it was going to be used. In some cases, Mr. Hicks, footage is never used. You just have it in the can, so to speak.
Okay. Let me just clean up. I was going to hit a few things on Luke Householder that we didn't, that I said I was going to come back to. You said was your testimony that you did not book his hotel the days in, or that you did? I think your testimony was you didn't, but clarify your testimony.
I did not book Luke Householder's Hotel. I certainly remember, there was a couple of, the hotel that I'm familiar with in Claremont County is the Holiday Inn in Eastgate. And so because of my general, I was familiar with the Eastgate area, obviously. I did have a conversation with Mr.
Okay, so you've answered the question. I played the footage of some raw footage of Luke Householder, but you saw it on my Facebook page. Do you remember what you saw on my Facebook page? Was it that footage or something more than that?
I'm sorry, sir. I think you had some, some voiceover or an edit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I said that you talked to me after that and told me that you personally told me that you didn't realize what a dump that hotel was, and that you personally were having Luke Householder move to a different hotel, you would deny that that conversation took place?
I do not remember it, Mr. Hicks. I'm not denying it. I've had literally hundreds upon hundreds of conversations about many things. It's been almost 2 years.
Did you remember, do you have any recollection of after me posting that video that Luke Householder moved hotels?
I do believe he did move hotels.
Okay, and who would have helped him to do that, or he did that on his own?
Objection to who would have. You can answer who did if he knows.
I do not know with certainty who took care of his next arrangement. I mean, he may have went back home. I'm not sure. After he left Claremont County.
Okay. But from what time range, when did Luke Householder quit working on Freeman's campaign?
Mr. Hicks, I'm sorry, I cannot give you a date. I was not in charge of the field program. So to give you a date would be, I would be wildly guessing.
Did anybody ever ask you for information on how much time Luke Householder or R.J. Mancini were spending on which candidate for purposes of any kind or for any other purpose?
No.
Okay. Were there discussions that you had amongst the team about quote-unquote C4 money and the needs to get C4 money?
Objection, the question is ambiguous unless team is defined.
Megan Fitzmartin, Jeff Longstreth, Anna Lippincott.
Can you repeat the question?
Amongst those people, were there discussions about the need to get C4 money
For whom?
for the householder operation?
So I don't know that there would be a conversation about, getting in particular, particular C4 amount or whatever. Obviously, there was a C4 active, as I understand it, in.
But were you involved in any discussions about that team needing to get more C4 money?
I would not have been in that discussion because it's not in my wheelhouse.
So your testimony is that you were not involved in any discussions at any time about C4 money and needing to get C4 money?
Well, I'm certain that I would have probably brought up a C4 for a couple of reasons. First of all, I was not exactly familiar with how a C4 worked. Second of all, I had no direct involvement with the C4, but it was very clear that they were doing work in Claremont County. I mean, you probably got a piece of mail at your house, I would guess.
I don't live in Alan Freeman's district, so I would have gotten Gene Schmidt pieces in my mailbox. Okay. Okay, but so for purposes of, real quick here as I wrap up, I used to use the word C4. In your understanding, what did I mean by C4 money?
I don't know exactly what they're called, Mr. Hicks. It's like an independent expenditure organization, a PAC.
And what's the significance of C4?
I'm not really sure. I know that there's a C3 is a nonprofit, and a C4 is some sort of can be used for political spending. But to ask for a definition, I couldn't get.
So what's your current job?
So I do campaign strategy for and member relations for ORA.
Okay. And what is ORA?
The
House
Republican Alliance.
And what is the House Republican Alliance?
So
Who are they alliance to?
Mr. Hicks, you gotta let him finish.
So that is the House political arm of the Ohio House, the Republican political arm.
So who's the head of that?
The Speaker of the Ohio House is the chairman of the Republican Alliance.
So with your experience and being involved in that, your knowledge of C4s and C4 money is what you just stated? That's the extent of your knowledge about C4s and C4
Well,
money?
I certainly know that they exist, Mr. Hicks. I know that, you know, obviously contributions go into them and they're oftentimes very large. You know, the C4 organizations are all over the place. I mean, they certainly are very active in politics in America.
Okay. You're aware that Nick Owens went to the FBI
I am, yes.
and that he went to the FBI sometime between the press conference on the 6th that he conducted with other candidates and the March 17th date, somewhere in that range he went to the FBI.
I am aware of that.
Did you talk with him about that?
Not until after the events unfolded in July of 2020, I was made aware.
Okay. Did you ever consider going to the FBI?
For what reason?
I'm just asking.
Yeah. No.
No? Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
Okay, all right, we talked about having a short recess, however, I just want to know, Mr.
I will have some process for him.
Okay, any estimate? I mean, I know we don't know what
Well,
the answers are gonna
it's
be,
hard to
but-
say, I'm hoping I can get through it in a half hour, but I hope I'm not overly optimistic.
Okay.
That's legalese, right?
Okay, and, Mr. Hicks, how many more witnesses are you anticipating?
Potentially one,
Okay,
but not necessarily.
all right,
Sandy, how long do you need? 20 minutes?
Sure. 15.
Okay.
15. Okay, 15-minute recess. That'll bring us back at 12:50.
Sounds good.
You're allowed to take more, unless it's against the rules.
Yes, because I brought a bunch of them up in the last meeting. And you're fine, and I took them back, and I forgot to bring them back up.
Mr. Hicks, Mr. Hicks,
Yes, sir.
this came off your tape.
Oh, did it? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good. You knew because it's in that whole bunch.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Beatty, thank you, sir.
So if I don't know if they let them.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Did you get the blood sugar levels up? Good old Utz chips, best chips in the world. Maine and Hanover,
What's that big yellow thing out there?
Too far from where I live.
You know,
Most
funny
of
thing
my-
is that, like, during the early part of the pandemic, my wife and I binged
Oh, yeah, I tell you.
Mad Men, and they had a lot of us on that.
Everybody ready?
Yep, ready?
Mr. Bry, if you'd like to proceed?
Thank you.
Mr. Caraway, would you say you served about 10 2020 House campaigns in Southern Ohio?
In the primary, sir?
Yes, sir.
That's fair, 8, 10, 12, somewhere in there, yes.
But with respect to Mr. Freeman and his campaign committee, you didn't deal with the finances, or did you deal with the finances?
As I testified, I had very little to do with the actual financial aspect of this campaign.
Did you handle the creative for Mr. Freeman, other than being at some of the shoots?
No, there was an event or two, like a meet and greet or whatever, that I would work, with him or his wife to, come up with a graphic or whatever. But other than that, Mr. Wright, no.
When the video was created, the raw footage that was created at the videos of Alan Freeman for commercials, do you know whether or not that video was publicly posted and available for anyone?
The video from the television shoot?
Yes, sir.
If it were I'm not sure what you mean by publicly available.
Do you know whether or not, do you know what happened to the video after it was, obviously it was turned into commercials?
Yeah.
Do you know what, if anything else, was done with the raw footage of the video?
No.
Have you ever heard of raw footage of video or high-quality photographs of candidates being posted on the internet?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, yes.
And do you know whether or not, if they are publicly posted on the internet, anyone is free to use that video to post a positive or negative ad about the candidate?
Either video or stills, that are online or whatever the case.
When there is money left over in a campaign of someone who loses a primary, is it common or uncommon in your experience for the candidate to donate to successful primary victors in other races?
It could be. It's really the candidate's pleasure, whatever their cash on hand is. I mean, there are obviously certain restrictions on that money, but they certainly could donate it to other campaigns, yes.
And would it be reasonable for Mr. Freeman, for example, to want to have a final bill for any debts to the campaign before he knew how much was free and clear to be used for other purposes?
That is correct.
If I understood you, Mr. Freeman did have a conversation with you expressing his concern that he had not received the bill.
That is correct.
And your instructions to him or suggestions were call the folks in Columbus.
That's right.
Do you know whether or not he called the folks in Columbus?
At that time, I don't know that he specifically called, when he called, whom he called, anything like that.
Now, Anna Lippincott was one of the folks that was dealing with the finances for the Freeman campaign, to your knowledge?
In the sense that she would have taken care of the billing, sir.
Okay. Would it be, in your understanding of the campaign, reasonable or unreasonable for Mr. Freeman to contact Anna Lippincott to find out where the final bill was?
That's reasonable, because I advised him to do that.
I believe you testified of a conversation that you had with Anna Lippincott in which she said that their plan, whoever they was to raise the money in the Freeman campaign to pay whatever debts there were.
That's accurate.
Did you ever tell Mr. Freeman about that conversation?
I can't say with certainty, sir.
If Mr. Freeman were to say that you never did, would you have any reason to doubt him?
I would not.
Have you ever seen, other than Exhibit W, which was shown to you this morning, other than that, have you seen any documents or emails directed towards Alan Freeman asking him to pay an invoice?
other than the document that I had, and Mr. Hicks at some point had communicated with me a document, and I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. I don't know if it was that, or if it was an itemized bill, or an affidavit. I don't remember, sir, I'm sorry.
And I apologize, I should be clear. I spoke with Exhibit W, which I know what that means, but you have no reason to know. Do you remember when Mr. Hicks showed you one sheet which had $290,000+ on it?
I got a few minutes ago, obviously, Mr. Hicks and I communicated about it sometime in the spring, but I don't remember if it was, I'm sorry, I don't have the document.
Would it be helpful if I present?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't specifically remember seeing this from Mr. Hicks.
And I have an exhibit book that, without taking one from one of the commissions, and I should have given that to you to begin with. If you would take a look at the exhibit marked W, and it's in the tab section. That was shown to you this morning when Mr. Hicks was asking questions, correct?
That's correct.
Other than that, have you seen any document purporting to be an invoice that was sent to Alan Freeman or to Susan Jones?
Sir, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Just don't.
I'm not suggesting you have to remember or know, I'm just asking whether you do. Have you ever seen any invoice from JPL and Associates directed to Alan Freeman or to Susan Jones?
At some point pre-primary, I do know that there was an invoice sent, but I don't remember, first of all, I don't remember if I'd seen it or if I heard of it, so I can't say with certainty. But then I was told that, hey, there was something wrong with it or whatever, but I don't remember actually laying my eyes on it, Mr. Bryan.
Okay, I think that what you have in front of you may be the invoice that there has been a suggestion there was something wrong with.
Okay.
Other than that, you have a specific recollection of any invoice that was directed to Alan Freeman or to Susan Jones from JPL and Associates?
I don't believe so.
Other than what you hold in your hands, do you have any specific recollection of any invoice sent to Alan Freeman or to Susan Jones from Constant Content?
No, sir, other than what I hold in my hand.
And are you familiar, do you have any specific knowledge of any invoice sent by anybody else directed to Alan Freeman or to Susan Jones related to his campaign?
No.
You discussed some exhibits. Remember when I was provided copies of documents that I didn't bring with me, that include certain invoices that you had sent for reimbursement. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you give copies of those documents to Alan Freeman or to Susan Jones?
No.
Have you ever seen are you familiar with the need of someone who has made an in-kind contribution to tell the beneficiary of that what it was, who paid it, and how much it was for?
That is correct.
Have you seen any documents giving information about an in-kind contribution that were directed to either Alan Freeman or to Susan Jones from anyone?
I have not.
Would you agree that as a principle, you can't report what you don't know?
I would agree as a principle.
If I may have just a moment.
Certainly.
That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Mr. Hicks, do you have any
Very
brief
quick,
direction
very quick,
based upon the questions that were asked on cross?
very quick. The 10 to 12 races that you said were, that he asked you a question about how many races. How many of those were competitive races?
It's tough to say, sir, as far as the level of competitiveness. I would say half a dozen.
Half a dozen? And would the Freeman campaign be typical of those races or super competitive, or how would you characterize it?
No, the Freeman race would have been super competitive.
Okay, when the primary ended on April 28th, you spoke of winding down. Do you have contact or any conversations now with Megan Fitzmartin and Lippincott, or Anna Lippincott?
Other than,
So yes or no?
yes.
Okay. Was there ever a period of time when you had trouble getting them on the phone or contacting them?
I don't know that I needed to.
So that's a yes or no question. Was there ever a time when
Yes.
you struggled for any reason to get, you had a problem getting them on the phone?
Can't really remember.
Have you-
specific time
Mr. Hicks, you have to let him finish.
Have you ever?
Let him finish. He needs to finish his
Yeah, I think
answer.
he's finished, so okay.
He was answering his question and you did not allow him to finish.
Sir, I'm sorry, I don't remember where I was.
Sandy, can you read the question back, please?
Actually, it'll be played back.
Problem getting them on the phone or contacting them?
I don't know that I needed to.
So that's a yes or no question. Was there ever a time when
Yes.
you struggled for any reason?
Sure.
You had a problem getting them on the phone?
Can't really remember. Would
Have you-
specific time period?
Have you ever had, yeah, I think he's finished.
I got it, thank you.
Have you, were you finished or did you have something else you want to say on that question?
Like, as far as conversations, sure, I've had conversations with them. Did I have specific, difficulty getting them on the phone? Probably. I just don't understand what context that you're asking.
I'm asking the context that you said you told him to call Columbus and he brought that up.
Yes.
And so I'm asking at that time period, towards the end of the campaign, did you observe having any issues getting Megan Fitzmartin or Anna Lippincott or even Jeff Longstreth if you needed them to communicate with you?
No.
Okay. You just mentioned, he just asked you questions and you said you thought you saw a JPL invoice. Was that a correct? I want to make sure I understood your testimony.
Sir, I'm confused with these invoices. I remember seeing that, but I've read it, I've seen it today. I don't know if I've seen it before.
Did you, I believe he asked you a question. I don't remember I thought I remembered the answer, but I'm going to ask the question the same way I think he asked it. Did you see any JPL invoices to the Freeman campaign?
From JPL?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have seen a JPL invoice.
Is it possible to have her check what he answered when he asked that question? I just want to clarify that.
No, that's not possible.
Yeah, I've seen it be possible in other places. I'm going to
It was possible,
hand
it
you
was
exhibit
possible right after you just asked the question, but to have her
I'm
go
going to
back.
ask you to hand exhibit 18. So exhibit 18. So those are Alan Freeman's pre-primary expenses, post-primary expenses, and his annual report that was filed.
Okay.
Do you see any constant content invoices on there? On any of those?
I would indicate that the document speaks for itself, and there don't appear to be any constant content invoices on the face of the document, but the document is
Can I have
certainly
him answer
more
that?
reliable than his reading of the document.
Well, you can answer it.
I'm sorry. I do not see, sir.
So what do you think happened with your invoice to Constant Content that was billed that way because that was the way that they wanted it done for proper reporting?
Object to what he thinks, he can testify to what he knows.
And I am not sure why that is the case.
Okay. And then, where is it here? Okay, I have no further questions.
He's gonna have some questions for you. And then after that, I'm going to offer to see if any of the commissioners have any questions for you.
And of course, my questions like
Then I
this
will
should be
run
limited
all
to
the
these
anybody else
issues.
have any questions. I'm reacting to his face.
I didn't hear the question.
Do you know whether or not there is any limit on how much in-kind contributions the House caucus can make for candidates of the caucus?
Ms. Fry, I do not believe there are limits on the House, specifically the House, and I should know with certitude that answer, but I don't believe there is a limit on what the official political arm can do for a candidate.
As you sit here today, Mr. Hicks had asked you about why the invoices he just showed you didn't appear. Your invoice to Constant Content for reimbursement. Do you know whether or not the old HRCC had paid for those invoices?
I would not.
So as you sit here today, you know whether or not those invoices should have been notified to the Alan Freeman campaign as an in-kind, or should have been notified to the Alan Freeman campaign as a debt, or should have been notified to them in some
I
other way?
object to the question, it's purely speculative.
I'm asking what he knows. If he doesn't know, the answer is no.
I'm not sure in the sense of the in-kind reporting requirements for, again, obviously he would needed to have been given an in-kind form of the cost, and then that would have been reflected on his report.
And are you at all involved in advising candidates what to do if they don't receive an in-kind form?
Well, that hasn't happened to me specifically, but certainly that, you reach out, you get guidance from regulators, and the Secretary of State, certainly they help candidates a lot with those questions.
And could you also reach out, for example, to the staff of the Ohio Elections Commission?
Absolutely, I guess so.
Thank you. Thank you for.
I think you kind of answered this, but a little bit. Okay, sorry, my bad.
All right, are there any commissioners have questions? Yeah, a couple of from your memory, who was the campaign manager of the Freeman campaign?
It's a young man by the name of R.J. Mancini, and the campaign manager title should be used loosely because it's more of a door knocking position.
Okay. And who was the treasurer, designated treasurer of the Freeman campaign?
I believe that's Susan Jones.
Okay. And you kind of went into this in the first question, but how would you delineate your services from the campaign as opposed to the former members of the campaign staff?
I think I understand your question, Commissioner. I define my role with campaigns, obviously, every campaign's a little different. You have what I would call a high maintenance candidate versus a, plug and play. So I would have, more than anything, been a problem solver, what a traffic cop, hey, is this not getting done? What do we need to do here? What do we need to do here? Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, it is, as long as you gave the generalization and you were saying that by your memory, on this particular campaign, the Freeman campaign, that was probably
That is
the role
correct.
that you were serving. Okay, that's, that answers my question. Any other commissioner?
Was this a high maintenance or a low maintenance campaign?
Well, it was a very competitive race, Commissioner, so it was, you know, the candidate wasn't necessarily high maintenance, but it certainly did take time and attention.
Okay.
Just one other question. You mentioned that Mr. Mancini was campaign manager, but really more or less a door knocker.
And I don't mean to be disrespectful
No,
in this role, ma'am.
but my question gets to, so who directed the campaign? Was it you or was it Mr. Mancini?
So I did not direct the campaign, but I certainly had a role in making some of the on-the-ground, the grassroots decisions. As far as, you know, media and those things that was handled here in Columbus.
So there wasn't a manager or director of the campaign that called the volunteers together, those who were volunteers to do door knocking, those who were doing fundraising, those who were doing media or communications, dealing with the local media. That was done by whom?
So, Commissioner, there were a lot of roles that you just went through there. So, for example, Mr. Mancini would have done grassroots and door knocking, but he would also have been responsible for, you know, if a deployment or there were volunteers, he would have taken care of getting the data or their walk books from a gentleman in Columbus that took care of what we call a cutting of walk books. It's a little above my head, so I don't want to opine on it because I don't understand it well enough. And then, you know, obviously communications would have been handled in Columbus, you know, as far as a press secretary or, you know, do press releases or whatever. Did that answer your question, ma'am?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get to is whether it was run from Columbus or whether there was a local manager, director, whatever the campaign called them, that was running the day-to-day operations of the campaign and really directing the activities of the campaign. What I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the overall management and the direction came out of Columbus.
That is accurate.
Okay.
And then when you say out of Columbus, just so we're clear here, who?
JPL and Associates, folks that, you know, HRCC, you know, I've heard it referred as both, but yes, here in Columbus with the team of people that have been mentioned here today.
I know your involvement in this campaign had many facets. You were involved in mailers, procuring information for his campaign. We know you were at the video shoots for his commercials. We know you're at least one fundraiser. We also know you were on almost daily phone calls with him as the primary was approaching, correct?
Sir, can you repeat the last part of your statement?
Sure, you said you were on phone calls almost with him daily as the primary approached, correct?
That's correct.
And was Mr. Freeman aware that you were being compensated for these services?
I'm sure he was. I don't know, we never discussed my compensation package.
He didn't know how you were getting paid?
I doubt it.
Did he think you were doing this out of the goodness of your heart?
He should know me better than that.
He would know you were being compensated by somebody?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
So is the Exhibit 18, is that a full listing of expenses? That is what was submitted as a complete finance report for the campaign?
Commissioner, I had the opportunity to look at that for about 30 seconds. I did not, could you ask your question again, ma'am?
Yes. Is Exhibit 18 that you have in your hands, is this a full listing of expenses for the Freeman campaign as you know it?
Commissioner, I cannot answer that question because, well, certainly we've talked about expenditures, like for instance, unless you have a specific vendor question that I may or may not know, I'm trying to see. So, for example, the strategy group company on the final page. I believe it's marked page 451. There's the strategy group company, $238.55. So obviously that is some sort of a media expenditure, but clearly would not be a television buy.
Right, no, it says voter contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking if this is the complete list. If this is the complete report that, for the financial disclosure of everything that would have been.
Commissioner, I can't answer that question because I didn't input this data and didn't receive the bills.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any further questions for this witness? Does anybody have an objection to this witness being excused?
They both raised it, or at least he stood up, and I saw Mr. Hicks raise
Is
it.
it related to questions that have come from the commission?
Yes, so,
Okay, Mr. Hicks, proceed, please.
up first, there's a question that Mr. Bry asked.
No, we're limited to
no.
the questions from the
Right,
commission.
yeah, okay. So you were asked by the commission whether this was a complete and accurate, and you said you can't answer that. But you could say that your invoice that you submitted to the Freeman campaign is not reflected on this report. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Okay. No, nothing further from me.
Mr. Bry?
Mr. Hicks just referred to the invoice that you submitted to the Freeman campaign. In fact, you didn't submit that invoice to Susan Jones or to Alan Freeman, did you?
That's correct.
You submitted it to Constant Contact, correct?
Ms. Lippincott, yes.
Ms. Lippincott. And do you understand how you were fielded essentially for a number of campaigns?
That's fair.
And do you understand that a House caucus like the HRCC not only can spend unlimited amounts on in-kind contributions, but they don't have to list field workers working for multiple candidates as an in-kind to anybody? Is that your understanding, or don't you have that understanding?
I do not have that understanding, sir.
Would you be surprised if that were in fact the case?
I would not be surprised.
And would you be surprised if in fact your expenses were reimbursed by the HRCC?
I would not be surprised.
Would you be surprised if your expenses were not reimbursed by HRCC?
I would not be surprised.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from the commission? Any objection to this witness being excused?
No objection by respondents.
No.
Sir, you're excused, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hicks, your next witness.
There's two witnesses here from before that I wanted to recall that are like 3 or 4 minutes each. Do you want to do those out of order so they can leave? They've been waiting here all day.
It's up to you, call your case, sir.
Then I'd like to recall Megan Fitzmartin.
I've registered my objection. She's been excused before, it's not required to be there.
Is she actually excused?
That was my review of this was an issue that was somewhat contentious between the parties. As I reviewed the video, she was thanked for her testimony, but she was never, I didn't see anything that was officially excused her. So that was my review of the material.
One correction, there was contention, but not between the parties. I didn't weigh in on that. There was email back and forth between counsel for Megan Fitzmartin and Mr. Hicks. I would note that the subpoena, if you look at the subpoena subpoenaed her for the 7th of October. It did not state she was subpoenaed for the 2nd of October and any subsequent dates, so she's not currently under subpoena.
Ma'am, if you would. You'll need to be sworn in again, if you would, before you sit.
Please raise your right hand. Swear upon the whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Thank you for appearing here today.
May I assume that my objections were overruled?
It is overruled. That's a fine assumption.
Ms. Fitzwarren, I appreciate you coming back. I apologize for you having to sit out there. I just have like 2 quick questions.
Okay.
Okay, you testified, I believe, on the 7th that you were not involved in the financial side
of any media placements or approvals of media placements. Is that was that testimony accurate and complete?
I testified that I did not approve budgets.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I testified that I did not approve budgets, but I would relay approval of content from candidates.
Okay, so did you have any role in communicating to, in particular, Scott Schweitzer, the approval of financial terms or buy volumes on Alan Freeman advertising?
No.
You did
I would
not.
not explicitly state to Scott, I would approve, say a spotter's approved to Scott, meaning that the candidate had approved the content. I did not relay to Scott in terms of the number, or Scott Schweitzer, in terms of the amount or buys.
Okay, so your testimony is that you were not involved in that. Who did that then?
As I previously stated, Jeff Longstreth had budgets for the candidates.
Okay, did you have, before, there was sort of an ad blitz that took place in the last week or so of the campaign before March 17th. Did you have discussions with Stephen Caraway or Alan Freeman about the imminent large amount of advertising that was going to hit the airwaves?
Can you clarify that statement?
Did you have discussions with, I don't know how to clarify it. Did you have
I
discussions with
understand.
Alan Freeman or Stephen Caraway? I could split out Alan Freeman and Stephen Caraway, relating to that there was an imminently large purchase of ads that was going to run in the last week of the campaign, about the last week.
I do not recall.
Did you know in advance that there was a large imminent purchase, a large imminent ad campaign that was going to hit the airwaves in that last week or so before the campaign?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Stephen Caraway or Alan Freeman relating to concerns about Mr. Freeman being able to pay his bills after the campaign?
I don't recall.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I have no questions for this witness.
Anybody from the commission? Thank you. May the witness now be excused?
Yes.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
Rob, if there's another witness like that, is he here?
No, Rob C. Carr was unavailable today, as we had mentioned in our correspondence with you and with Mr. Richter. So I am here to attend. If there are any questions about that and or discussion, I can take some, if there's other dates, I can take those back to him and check to make sure if he's available. But he was not available today. He is out of town.
So I'm not going to call him
Okay.
right now because he's not here.
Was he subpoenaed for today?
He was the same situation where he was
It
not
was the
that
same
excused.
situation as Ms. Martin,
as her.
where we thanked him for his testimony, but no comment was made that he was excused.
For-
At least that's my review,
In
but-
my view, I don't care whether he testifies or not, I care whether we get done today. And I think that, you know, the subpoena that he was under says March 7th. It does not say March 7th, or excuse me, October 7th. It does not say October 7th in any other date. And he was not here, unlike Susan Jones and some others who said, yes, we will come back. Nobody asked him that. He was excused. They're not magic words. Nobody objected to him
If
leaving.
we want to get done, he's not here.
And the
I did not call him.
expectation was that if you're gone, you're not coming back. Because we had October 7th, and he left the building. He did not know then, nobody knew then that we were gonna have a second date. He's not under subpoena, and his absence here, again, I don't care if he testifies or not. Care whether we delay, and I don't want to delay.
Mr. Hicks, call your next
Okay,
witness.
Susan Jones. And I'm going to try to be very brief with Ms. Jones. I know she sat here through the whole thing, and I'm actually going to look at my long list of questions and only ask a few. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for being here and for being here on the 7th. Can you just quickly describe your experience with campaign finance reporting?
Well, I've worked in campaign finance reporting for probably about 20 years as campaign treasurer, deputy treasurer, or just simply the person who prepares the reports for review.
And who are some of the
would there be, in the 2020 primary, who were some of the candidates that you were campaign treasurer for that you can recall?
I guess that's public record who I am campaign treasurer for. I am Phil Plummer for Ohio's campaign treasurer. I was treasurer for Alan Freeman. There's someone else in my office who's also treasurer, so usually we sign on as treasurer and deputy treasurer. This is why I'm having trouble remembering, so that there's always someone on record in case one of us gets hit by the beer truck, so you can raise money. So I can't off the top of my head spit off which one's I'm treasurer and which one's I'm deputy treasurer.
Okay, so if I were to ask how many total between you, what's your colleague's name?
Matt, yes, Coach.
Matt, okay. What, between the two of you, how many candidates were you treasurer or deputy treasurer for in either of those roles, would you guess? Not guess.
Approximately 20.
20 in state house races or 20 in the whole primary?
20 in the whole primary.
And
Approximation.
other than house races in the primary, what other races were you treasurer for? Senate races, just what other kind of races?
We have some Senate clients, we have some congressional clients, we have some PACs.
Okay. Were you ever in the 2020 primary that you recall treasurer for something like a lower level than that, like county commissioner or something like that? Or were your races always House or Senate or quote unquote bigger things? I'm not saying they're bigger things, but.
Yes, I think last year last year we had someone who was running for school board, and then we had someone who, I don't know, some kind of county, something district seat. I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
Yes, we,
Were you treasurer, or you or your colleague treasurer, to your recollection, for Frazier? Candidate named Frazier?
yes,
Okay. Grandel?
no,
Wiggum?
yes,
Stewart?
no.
Stevens?
Jason Stevens?
Unfortunately, I don't have it written down. But you had a Stevens, which Stevens did you have?
Jason Stevens.
Okay. Young?
That's Bob Young for.
No, Tom Young.
Oh, no,
Okay. Lampton?
no.
Okay. Would you classify yourself as an expert at campaign finance reporting?
Well. I probably wouldn't call myself an expert, I would say I have a lot of experience.
Okay. Do you have prior experience with things like the FCC database?
FCC database, no.
Okay, so you know that there's a database that the FCC maintains of all campaign-related advertising things that have to be, media things that have to be put in an FCC database.
No.
So you're not familiar with that database?
I would object to the testimony by Mr. Hicks. If you want to testify, he should take the stand.
I think the witness has already answered the question, and she said no.
I just wanted to clarify that FCC, the term that you knew what that meant. Okay. Are you familiar with FCC required disclaimers on media purchases?
That's the text that goes at the bottom of the ad?
No, I'm talking about the forms that need to be completed.
No.
Okay, so have you not worked with campaigns before that did television advertising?
No, I have. I have worked with campaigns that have done television advertising.
But you're not knowledgeable about the invoicing database of the FCC or the disclosure, or the form disclosure requirements of the FCC?
No.
Okay, when a candidate, to your knowledge, when a candidate purchases time on the airwaves, do they pay up front, or are they allowed to get a bill afterwards and pay?
I don't know what they're allowed to do, but I know that generally media companies want you to pay upfront.
Okay. Are you familiar with in-kind reporting? Did you know that R.J. Mancini was acting as the campaign manager for Alan Freeman?
No.
Did you know that Stephen Caraway was working with Alan Freeman?
I don't remember that he was or wasn't.
So who did you deal with from the Alan Freeman campaign that you would have associated with the Alan Freeman campaign?
Alan Freeman and Anna Lippincott and probably Megan.
So Alan Freeman, can you distinguish what you saw as the treasurer, their roles as being and their authorities as being?
Could you repeat that?
Could you distinguish each of those people, what you thought their role and authority was in terms of the campaign?
Alan Freeman obviously is a candidate, and for me, he was the person who approved any expenditures out of the committee. And I would work with Anna or Megan. Usually, I guess Anna would send an invoice to me.
Okay, did you ever receive an invoice, get an invoice relating to reimbursement to Churn Creek Strategies?
No.
Okay. Did you ever receive any invoices from Constant Content for reimbursement?
For reimbursement?
Or for payment?
I believe the one you've shown earlier was that from Constant Content?
I'm gonna give it to you. So.
Okay.
Would this be Exhibit W?
W, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, this is from Constant Content, and I received this to my mailbox.
Okay, and that's, to your knowledge, that's the only invoice you received from Constant Content?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did your colleague work on finance reporting for the Alan Freeman campaign?
No.
So you did that all yourself?
Yes.
Okay. What relationship, if any, did you have with, or who would you identify any person you had a relationship with that was a Constant Content employee?
I don't know who was an employee at Constant Content, but Anna or Megan, I would have associated with Constant Content, and Jeff Longstreth.
Who would you have associated with JPL and Associates?
The same.
The same. How would you distinguish or characterize the difference between those two entities?
For my purposes, I didn't distinguish the difference at all.
Okay. So, when you received that, what did you do? When you received Exhibit W in your email?
Well, the first thing I would do, and I'm sure I did, was to see that Alan was copied on the email so I would not forward it to my client. And I believe I replied back to Anna and said, is this for real, or are you kidding me, or something like that, because I thought the invoice was quite high.
Did you copy Alan Freeman on any of those responses, to your knowledge?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you copy anybody else that you remember?
I don't remember.
Did you have any personal communications with Jeff Longstreth?
About this invoice?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
What did Anna respond to you?
I don't remember what her email response was to me.
I didn't ask this email.
We had a conversation about it in my office, and she said, don't worry about it.
When did that conversation take place?
One at a time when she would be dropping off probably checks for candidates. So
That's
in
not-
passing, in the foyer of my office.
I can't place that on a calendar. So,
Oh,
so
no, oh.
April, May, June, July.
I can't say.
Did
I
you?
don't recall.
You don't recall just general time frame of when that conversation took place?
Well, it would have been during the primary election period.
Okay.
So whether it was the first primary or the postponed primary, but somewhere in there.
But you don't recall a general time frame of when you had a conversation with her where she told you not to worry about it?
No.
Okay. I'm going to give you Exhibit 3. Which is Alan Freeman's affidavit that he filed, at least it was signed on December 11th of 2020. And so I'm going to hit a couple of points here. On item 5, okay, the committee contracted with JPL and Associates to provide media services. Were you involved in that contracting with JPL and Associates?
No,
Who did that?
I don't know.
What evidence did you have of a contract?
Objection, since fact and non-evidence. She didn't sign this affidavit, Alan Freeman did. She should ask whether she has evidence of such a contract, and then ask her what evidence she has.
As the campaign treasurer, were you aware of any contract between Alan Freeman and JPL and Associates?
No.
Did you, as campaign treasurer, ever ask Alan Freeman about any contract, given your testimony that you dealt with Megan Fitzmartin and Anna Lippincott?
No.
Why did you think that Anna Lippincott and Megan Fitzmartin were dealing with you then?
Because they would send me emails.
Not how, why?
Because they would send me emails. If they were not involved in the campaign, I don't think they would contact me about that comment.
When they contacted you, did you see them as being constant contact? Or JPL, or just individually contacting you?
Again, I guess I didn't really distinguish between constant contact and JPL.
Did Alan Freeman ever talk to you about any contract he had with JPL and Associates?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go down on this item 11. So, well, let's look at Exhibit W just for a second. What's the date that was mailed to you?
It's Wednesday, April 1st, 2020.
What's the date, the due date on the bill?
March 18th, 2020.
Okay. So you testified that you had a conversation with Anna Lippincott about it, and she told you to forget it, or never mind, but you did not place a time. On item 11, on the affidavit, on Exhibit 3, it says, honor of April 30th, asked my treasurer to contact JPL for review and payment. She was unsuccessful. Can you describe to me what you did on April 30th? Or thereabouts to get this invoice for his affidavit?
I don't recall this conversation with Alan where he asked me to contact JPL.
Okay, so you
I
have,
don't remember contacting JPL for an invoice.
so you have no recollection of being asked by Alan Freeman to contact JPL or then trying to contact them?
I don't recall that.
Okay. At that time, so April 30th is a couple days after the primary closed, would you have had any issue with being able to contact Megan Fitzmartin or Anna Lippincott if you wanted to?
Other than there being a pandemic, probably I'm sure I could have emailed them or phone call.
Or phone call them? Were they, when you dealt with them, were they relatively easy to get in touch with, or were they very difficult to get in touch with?
I could reach them, but depending on how busy they were, they might have gotten back to me, not maybe immediately, but
Within a day, within a month, within a week?
within a reasonable amount of time.
Sometimes I contact people and they don't get back to me for a long time. Number 12 on here says, honor about May 5th, Alan Freeman's referring to himself. Were you aware of Alan Freeman contacting JPL?
Was I aware of Alan Freeman
Yeah.
contacting JPL? Yes.
Okay. If somebody asked you to contact JPL, you testified that you don't recall being asked, who would you have picked up the phone and called?
I probably would have called Anna Lippincott.
Okay. Did you have any conversations, or was Jeff Longstreth typically accessible to you, or not?
I could have talked, yes, he was accessible to me.
Was he hard to get in touch with if you called him, or relatively easy to get in touch with?
It's relatively easy to
Okay. Are you aware of when indictments came out?
yes.
If I said that was from July 30th, that's consistent, July 30th?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yes.
Okay, why did it surprise you?
Gosh, I just found it surprising that there would be, I just found it surprising. I'm not sure what want that for life.
Like if my mom got indicted, I would be surprised because it's like, I can't believe my mom would have done anything to get indicted.
I guess I was surprised that people that I knew and were working with were indicted, because that's unusual for me.
Okay. Did Alan Freeman, you said he didn't ask you, you don't recall him asking you on April 30th to contact anybody. Did you have any conversations with him after the campaign, thereabouts, the April 27th after, about his campaign finances or issues with bills?
I don't recall.
Did you have a conversation with him about the $290,000 invoice?
I don't remember specifically having a conversation with him. You know, he lost the primary, and this sounds terrible, but really the next day we look and see, okay, 1, he lost his primary, so to me, that was not the top of my priority list to move on to.
So that, the invoice that you, the Exhibit W invoice,
Yeah.
I just want to be sure I'm clear. You do or don't recall having any conversations with Alan Freeman himself about that invoice?
I don't recall.
Why would you have not had a conversation with him about that invoice?
Objection, question calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Was he copied on that invoice?
Yes.
Did he contact you to ask you about the invoice?
Not that I recall.
Did that seem odd to you?
No.
Objection as to whether, wait.
Okay, so that's, what's your experience working with other candidates if they were to receive an invoice like that? Have you had other candidates receive invoices like that of that size, scope, and magnitude?
Well, yes.
Like, what's an example of another
A
candidate?
congressional candidate or a statewide candidate.
Okay, let's say at a House race, an Ohio House race primary.
No.
No? If a congressional candidate, out of the blue, from your experience, received an invoice like that, you've had that case happen where a congressional candidate has received an invoice of that magnitude?
Of almost 290, almost
Yeah.
300,000, sure.
Yeah. Have you ever had a case where a congressional candidate received such an invoice and thought it was unauthorized?
Can you repeat that question?
Have you ever had a case where a candidate, like a congressional candidate, got an invoice like that, of that magnitude, and then claimed it was unauthorized?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you ever ask Anna Lippencourt for detail behind that invoice?
No.
Why not?
Well, I believe you have an email reply where I simply asked her, is this for real? And she told me, don't worry about it. So for me, that moved it off my plate for the time being.
So you never went back to Anna Lippincott or Megan Fitzmartin or anybody and asked them for detail behind that $290,000 number?
No.
And Alan Freeman never asked you to go back to them and ask for detail around that $290,000
Not that I
number?
recall.
And you don't recall ever being asked for his affidavit on April 30th or thereabouts to go find the bill from JPL?
I don't recall.
Since the end of the campaign, do you have any recollection of you personally being asked or on your own initiative trying to get invoices for the Alan Freeman campaign?
No.
Okay. On the Exhibit 3, his affidavit. By the way, I gave this to you. I gave this affidavit to you. Have you seen this before today?
I believe I saw it in Don's, I believe Don shared this document.
Did you see this in the time frame or prior to December 2020?
I don't think so.
Did Alan Freeman ask you any questions before submitting the affidavit to make sure that the affidavit was accurate?
don't recall.
Okay. Were you, item 18 on the affidavit, it's on the second page, talks about on July 30th, 2020, so that's the date, also the same date as the indictments. Sought invoice from Don Bray on how to proceed. Were you involved in any conversations on or about that time, about how to proceed with?
Objection to the extent that he's asking the witness for conversations she had with counsel. I represent the campaign, and she is treasurer of the campaign, would have been speaking as an officer.
I'm not asking about conversations with you.
Okay.
I'm asking for conversations with anybody on or about July 30th related to JPL and invoices.
Not that I recall.
Okay, so you were not consulted with or asked any questions at that point in time?
Not that I remember.
Okay, so after April 30th, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but between the April 30th and July 30th, do you recall any conversations or anybody coming to you relating to the Alan Freeman campaign asking about these, about invoices or needing to deal with debt or anything like that?
No.
I think I might be close to done. I just want to look at my notes list here. So I'm going to give you Exhibit 19.
I think I'm done with this. I'm trying to be fast, so I apologize for you having to sit here for so long. Exhibit 19, just in case for anything comes up, I'll notice that the two are right there.
So Exhibit 19 is a filing that Alan Freeman's campaign made to the Secretary of State's office
On or about April 15th.
2021. Do you have any familiarity with this filing?
Yes?
Okay, why are you familiar, or what are you familiar with about it?
Well, as the campaign treasurer, I'm the one who uploaded this to the Secretary of State's website.
Were you involved in writing it?
I did not write this document, but I have read this document, reviewed it, and
Who do you believe, who wrote the document?
Objection to the extent that it calls for attorney-client communications.
So, Mr. Bry, you previously testified in one of these hearings that you were not involved in this document.
No, I didn't. I never testified.
Well,
I
you
never stated that I was not involved in the document. You said that, I never said it.
I got the video, so. This document, I'm not anything attorney-client privilege. Did you have any discussions with anybody about this document, other than an attorney, other than Don Bry?
I don't recall if Alan and I talked about it or not.
Your colleague, I forget the name, the other,
Matt.
did you have conversations with him about it?
No.
Did this document seem normal to you, or
Objection to what it seems.
have you ever had another campaign have a document like this that you were asked to file on its behalf?
No.
Okay. Is the lead up to filing this document, which the Secretary of State's office says was on April 15th, 2021, so a year later, did anybody in 2021 ask you any questions about researching into invoices or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall. Okay, are you familiar with, if you flip back to that document, there's a set of invoices that were also filed with the Secretary of State's office. Did you, when you were asked to file this report, did you review these invoices?
I would have looked at these invoices.
Just so I'm really clear here, you filed both the letter and the invoices?
You know, I guess I remember we put something up, I believe. because we wanted to have more information out there because I believe you were interested in more information, so. But it was April 15th, like we were going to accounting firm, so if these documents were part of the filing, then I'm sure I looked at them, but it's.
Did you look at them, have you looked at them subsequent to April 15, 2021? Did you do anything when you saw these documents to investigate or call anybody on these documents to confirm whether they were authentic or not?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
Well, let me ask you a question then. Do you believe that accuracy in campaign finance reporting is important?
Yes.
So I think you just answered the question you asked me.
Objection, what the president thinks is irrelevant. You should ask a question.
You need to ask the question, Mr. Hicks.
So you just said you think campaign finance reporting integrity is important, but when you saw these invoices, you didn't feel the need to contact anybody about their authenticity?
No.
Do you know Scott Schweitzer?
I met him, I heard him speak at the last hearing.
Did you watch the last hearing on video?
No.
Okay.
She was sitting.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. So, but before that, you didn't know him? Did you have any interactions with him prior?
I've seen his name on emails back and forth before, but I've never met him in person before.
Okay. So I believe that the total expenses across Alan Freeman's entire campaign were reported by you as the treasurer as being $14,000 and change.
Objection, that's not a question, that's an assertion.
Were the total finance expenses reported by you for the Alan Freeman campaign around $14,000?
That's what the campaign report says, and that's what came out of his bank account.
Okay. How much did you keep track of his on-hand amount of cash for his campaign?
How much did I?
Like, yes, daily, weekly? Did you keep track of, he has so much money in the bank, how much can he spend?
Well, we have every time we do a bank deposit, we know how much he has in his account. Every time we spend money, we know how much is in his account. Whenever he asked me for a balance, if he did, I would give him that number, but.
I'm not familiar with finance filings on the online system, but I'm aware of the paper forms, and I assume they're similar. When you file a report each time, does it include a statement of how much is on hand?
Sure.
Okay, so even when you do the online system. So if I told you that at the end of his campaign, your reporting showed about $14,000 in expenses and $96,000 still on hand, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Okay. Did it strike you as odd that so much money would be left unspent in a very competitive race?
Objection as to what it would strike her.
No, she's been involved with a lot of finance reporting.
You can answer.
It's unusual.
Would it be safe to say that, well, I know you have much more experience than me, but generally speaking, when it gets down to the end of a competitive race, your bigger risk is candidates start putting stuff on their personal credit cards versus that they leave a bunch of money sitting in the bank.
I would object to the form of the question. There's been no suggestion that anybody put anything in personal credit cards, and I think it's wrong. You can object to it.
So just reword the question, Mr. Hicks.
So, in your experience in competitive races, towards the end of the race, is the bigger issue with candidates that they run out of money or that they leave close to $100,000 unspent?
I guess I would surmise that candidates might be likely to run out of money in a competitive race.
Okay. Let me just look at my notes real quick here, and I don't think, unless I see something pop out at me, I don't think I have any further questions. Oh, did you have any candidates that you worked with that did have invoices from Constant Content that were paid?
Yes.
Do you remember which candidate? Was it a House race? Do you remember even what was a House or Senate race? Okay. Do you remember anything about the size, scope, or manner of that invoice? Or whatever invoice you were referring to? Like big, little?
Not as big as,
But a six-figure invoice?
I don't recall that. No.
Okay, but you think of more than one case of candidates getting bills from constant content that were paid?
Yes.
Or just one, more than one case? So is Alan Freeman a unique case of a candidate of which you were treasurer that received a bill from constant content that was not paid?
Can you repeat that question for me?
Do you recall any, I'm gonna phrase it a little differently to make it easier. Do you recall any other candidate that received a bill from constant content that did not pay the invoice?
Yes.
Who?
Well, I can't say specifically.
Okay. More than one candidate, one candidate?
I think I had a few members of candidates.
And can you characterize on those, any discussions you had with Anna Lippincott about those invoices?
No.
Do you recall having discussions with Anna Lippincott about those other invoices?
No.
Were they large magnitude invoices or smaller invoices?
Small.
Small invoices, okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
So here's a copy of our exhibit notebook, so I'm sorry.
Oh, you want to give me that one back?
Maybe a little easier that way. Have you ever had training sessions in campaign finance through the Secretary of State or the Federal Elections Commission?
Yes.
And about how many would there be? A lot, a few?
A dozen.
And do you also, in the course of what you do as treasurer of various campaigns and entities, connect with the Secretary of State's office on a regular basis?
Absolutely.
And have you ever been the subject of an adverse finding, an adverse election law finding by the Ohio Elections Commission?
That's my recollection.
Have you ever been subject to an adverse finding by the Ohio Ethics Commission? Are you aware that the Ohio Revised Code imposes upon treasurers a duty to keep books and records? And do you do that? Did you do that for the Alan Freeman campaign?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that all expenditures have to be made through the treasurer of the campaign, or do you have a different understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the process that you followed in the Alan Freeman campaign when you got an invoice from whomever, did you immediately pay that, or did you, before paying it, what did you do to make sure it should be paid?
In Alan's case, he was the approver for his campaign committee, so any invoice I received, whether by email or mail, I would forward it to him for his approval to pay. Unless he was copied on the email, then I would assume he already saw it, and he would send it to me then with approval to pay.
When he was copied on invoices, did you ever follow up to say, have you gotten this, should I pay it?
I can't recall if I did with Alan. Sometimes I do that, sometimes I don't, depending on, you know, the week of the campaign, the heat of the campaign.
You noted that Exhibit W, I believe that was, what, April 1, 2020, was that the date it was sent?
I believe so.
April Fool's Day. And You noted, I believe, that Mr. Freeman's email address was on that email.
Mhm.
Do you know whether in fact that actually went to his email or instead of being thrown to spam or some such thing?
I have no idea.
As treasurer, did you allow receipts from the campaign or to the campaign to be deposited by anyone other than you?
No,
Did you allow expenses of the campaign to be paid by anyone other than you?
no,
Did you allow anyone other than Alan Freeman to approve or disapprove expenses that were still claimed to be expenses by you?
no, that was our agreement that he would be the approval.
Are you familiar with how to report in-kind contributions?
Yes.
What information do you have to have before you can report an in-kind contribution?
I need to know who made the in-kind, their address, their employer, the date of the in-kind, and the purpose, and the amount.
Can you pay bills if you don't receive?
No,
Can you report a debt if you don't know what the debt is or who it's from?
no,
Are you aware that the Ohio Revised Code also imposes a duty to file accurate campaign finance reports?
yes,
And did you do that?
yes.
If you would take a look at Exhibit A of the notebook in front of you, and that is the first complaint by Mr. Hicks, to which are attached invoices regarding 6 broadcast advertisements that appear to be sent from the strategy group to Constant Content. Do you see those? Were those sent to you as treasurer of the campaign?
No,
Is there anything in Exhibit A that suggests that they were sent to Alan Freeman as the candidate?
not that I see.
And there's also been some reference in Exhibit B to activities by Luke Household. Did anyone ever send you or provide to you as treasurer of the campaign any invoice for the activities of Luke Household?
No,
Did anyone ever notify you that all or part of the 6 broadcast advertisements that are attached or referred to in Exhibit A were an in-kind contribution from you?
no,
Did anyone ever notify you that somebody, whoever it was, paid for Luke Householder's activity, and that should be reported as an in-kind contribution of a certain amount?
no, one notified me.
Did anyone ever send or provide to you as treasurer of the Alan Freeman campaign an invoice or an in-kind notification regarding anything else that wasn't properly reported by you? Is it proper to report the $290,000 and change invoice once Anna Lippincott told you to forget about it?
I don't think so, no.
And when she told you to forget about it, what did you do?
Forgot about it.
Is it lawful to just guess the amount, guess whether or not there was a contribution or expenditure of debt?
No, I don't think so.
Is it lawful to guess the amount of the contribution or expenditure of debt in your campaign finance business?
No,
Do you know whether or not you can report something if you don't know who made it?
no,
Is it proper to just guess what the purpose of, for example, the $290,000 invoice was?
no,
Do you know who ultimately paid for Luke Householder's activities, if anyone?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not the House Republican HRCC, as it existed at the time, can have field workers without there being an in-kind in any particular candidate?
I didn't know that.
Is that in fact the case?
That is a fact.
And can that be done without the name of the field worker being included on any report?
Yes.
And I would ask you to take a look, just briefly, at exhibits R, S, and T in the notebook in front of you. And are those examples of what are they examples of?
In kinds. I don't know your word.
And would you also take a look at exhibits L, M, N, O, P, and Q? And tell me whether or not they're examples of what an in-kind notice to a candidate looks like.
The spreadsheet does, the invoices in between here, I normally would not see those. Like criminal RPO, we just get a spreadsheet of any kinds.
Mr. Hicks asked you whether it was unusual to have, close to $100,000 in a campaign account at the end of the campaign. Is it also, in your experience, unusual for candidates not to receive, timely invoices so that they would know what the debts were before the end of the campaign?
I think that can often happen, and I think especially in 2020, when there was a pandemic, a moved election, there was a lot of uncertainty, and people were not on their regular routine, so I think in 2020 was especially a challenging year. That's a long answer to your questions. I think my answer is yes.
You would take a look at exhibit, actually, I think we can do an exhibit 19. Exhibit I is the same filing, April 15, 2021 filing with the Secretary of State's office, as Mr. Excelsior. Do you see the invoices that are part of that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen those invoices before a few days earlier in April 2020?
No.
Do you see the one-page explanation in Exhibit I? It's sort of in the middle of the business. Do you have that?
Yes.
You want to go ahead and read that, please?
The committee to let down Freeman.
Yes.
We are unable to specify what, if any, amount would be owed by the campaign committee regarding certain advertisement broadcasts in 2020 without knowingly misrepresenting any such amount listed.
Can I object, because I just saw something in another matter where having a witness take an exhibit and just read it into the record is not proper. So if she needs to recall, if it needs to impeach her because she doesn't remember something correctly by using an exhibit, then she should, but just merely having the witness read an exhibit into the record is not proper.
But let me ask you paragraph by paragraph. You've read the first paragraph, correct? Is that true, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Would you read the second paragraph?
We sought unsuccessfully to obtain information from JPL Associates on what, if anything, they claim to be owed JPL. JPL never told us, and JPL never invoiced us for anything. We were advised by the Executive Director of the Ohio Elections Commission through counsel that we had no duty to report a debt under these circumstances, and we followed that advice.
Is that true to your knowledge?
That is true.
Would you read the third paragraph?
On Friday, April 9th, 2021, for the first time, council received the attached invoices from Strategic Media Placement Inc. to Constant Content totaling $137,982.81 for advertisements for Freeman Allen. We had not previously seen these invoices, nor have we received anything from JPL Associates emails claiming that we owed all, part, or none of these invoices.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes.
And would you read the next paragraph?
We had no contractual relationship or agreement with Constant Content, while the campaign committee once received a highly questionable email from Constant Content asking us to pay them over $290,000 without any description of why or what for. We were later informed that the email was not a campaign committee payable and that we should disregard it, which we did.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes.
And is the invoice to which they were referring the Exhibit W?
Yes.
Would you read the next paragraph?
We have received no information from anyone notifying my campaign committee that the strategic media invoices had or had not been paid by a third party, or that an in-kind contribution had or had not been made by to my campaign committee.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes.
Would you read the next paragraph?
We do not know who, if anyone, paid Constant Content, a for-profit corporation formed by Jeff Longstreth, or where Constant Content got funds to pay these invoices to strategic media.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes.
Would you please read the next paragraph?
We do not know whether or not all of the $137,982.81 was for advertisements for my campaign committee rather than for the independent expenditure ads that were running at the same time. Sure.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes.
And the next paragraph, which I believe is the final one.
We understood that JPL and Associates would be assisting with my campaign and reviewed one of the ads before it aired, but we did not authorize JPL and Associates to spend over $137,000 on behalf of the campaign committee without the campaign committee's prior approval, and we did not authorize Constant Content to do anything. Had JPL and Associates sent us a bill for over $137,000 that we had never authorized, we would have likely disputed owing that amount of money.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes.
Have we completed?
Two more.
Okay. Next one, please.
In short, we are more than willing to report our debts and in-kind contributions as accurately as we can, but we are unable to properly report and properly characterize what, if anything, we owe for the broadcast ads that ran in the name of the campaign committee, either as to its amount, all or some or none of the $137,982.81, its source, Constant Content, JPL and Associates, or a third party, or its character, debt, disputed debt, in-kind contribution, or uncoordinated expenditure.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes. One more.
One more, please.
Thus, as recommended by your office to our council on Friday, April 9, 2021, we are listing a zero debt to JPL and Associates, filing the attached invoices, and providing this explanation.
Is that true to your knowledge?
Yes.
If you were aware when you filed this that it was a public document, right?
Yes.
Would you take a look at Exhibit W? We received this email asking that the Alan Freeman campaign pay over $290,000 to Constant Content. What was your reaction?
I was surprised.
Were you shocked?
Yes.
Have you ever been presented with that big of an invoice for representatives?
No.
Did it stand out or not really stand out?
It absolutely stood out.
Did you provide to JPL and Associates in real time how much money was in the Alan Freeman campaign account?
I did.
And Alan Freeman authorized you to do that, correct?
Yes.
So in your experience, have you ever had a situation where any candidate would give a blank check to anyone and spend over $200,000 more than the candidate had a campaign account?
Not in my experience, no.
Are you aware whether or not unauthorized expenditures are debts or legal obligations?
I am not aware.
Do you know, are there legal obligations if they're unauthorized?
I think no.
Are you aware of any invoices that were properly submitted to you as treasurer of the Alan Freeman campaign, but were not reported, other than the one that you were told to ignore?
No,
Are you aware of any unreported in-kind notices to the Allen Freeman campus?
no,
Would it be accurate or inaccurate to say you can't report what you don't know?
that is accurate.
Nothing further this time.
Mr. Hicks, do you have any follow-up?
I have quick ones, if it's okay, I'd like to sit here because I'm going to point to the different documents.
That's fine, Mr.
Okay.
Hicks.
So you just read from Exhibit 19, and the second paragraph where it said, "We sought unsuccessfully to obtain information from JPL and Associates." When I questioned you, you said you didn't make any effort, you weren't aware of any efforts to get information. It's this one. It's the, I don't know where it is in his, but, okay.
It's the same thing.
So how
Same
could
thing.
you just answered to Mr. Bry that that was true. How did you know it was true?
Well, I was using the collective "we," and Alan's affidavit you had me look at earlier said that he did that.
But it also said that he had contacted you on April 30th, and your testimony was that you don't recall him ever doing that. Is that correct?
Right, I don't recall, but I didn't say he didn't do it.
So the same things where you said you were answering as a collective "we." Is there anything in this letter that you personally, because of actions you took or investigations that you did, would say that you know they're true because of that, because of your work? Or were they all collective "we"?
Do you want to go paragraph by paragraph? I don't want to.
Well, why don't you just point out any paragraph where, by your own personal knowledge or your investigation, you know that that paragraph is true?
By my personal knowledge.
I would ask that he goes paragraph by paragraph as a specific thing, as I did.
I can choose the way I would do it. I would like her to point out any paragraph where you feel that you have personal knowledge that that paragraph is true.
Why don't we do this? If that's how you're going to approach it, why don't we take a break, give the witness the opportunity to review the document, and then she can make those adjustments. Why don't we take 5 or 10 minutes?
What time is your trip to Michigan?
It's tomorrow morning.
Okay, so we're, okay. What time are we trying to be done today?
When we're
We'll be
finished.
done at 3:30.
Okay. I thought you had to leave now, like you were
So, AJ going with you?
AJ and Andrew, hope
Oh, yeah, no, she flies straight there. She was in first.
she flew in this morning. She's actually going to be
What the heck?
Are we finished now?
Pages is getting married tomorrow, and then Mark is getting married the following Friday down in Cincinnati, so Andy got to go ahead and come home.
Oh, for the week, oh, great.
Oh, from where? Where is she?
Ma'am? Is that she? That's not the official list.
I don't know.
She the one who?
This is the one Dawn.
So they're going up, AJ and Andy are going up. They're coming back Saturday morning to the Ohio State Penn State. Saturday morning. It's gonna be my kids.
Yeah, it is. Well, that means they'll probably be hanging out with Wes at some point, because I think Wes and Haley have our tickets.
%, sure that this one is yours.
Is that what you're getting?
Well, my son, I will have tickets.
Yeah.
Certainly yours. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just, I wanted to make sure our
Generally, will take Wes to meet us, and then I say, no,
Yeah.
just early on, you see,
Yeah.
you know, we said to the boys.
Is that
And that's, yeah. Early on.
Well, I didn't used to be that way.
Early on in the season, the season started, Wes was like, I want Penn State. I don't know what time it's gonna be, but I
My
want Penn
husband's
State.
at the Lion.
Oh, is it really? Oh.
Wait, for a long day.
He's from Pennsylvania, and that's his alma mater.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, he's prepared for a loss.
They did not look good in their last outing.
No, they did not. Last two.
Yeah, who was it? Penn State?
Well, they're on their second string quarterback right now.
Right, because Clifford got hurt
Yeah.
when they played Penn State.
That
Or
was
not
not
Penn
good,
State,
and
they
they
played Iowa.
lost, was that Iowa their first loss?
I think so, yeah, they went into
No,
Iowa.
Penn State's lost twice.
Right,
Yeah,
they
who
went
they-
into Iowa
who
and
they play
lost.
last week?
Illinois on Friday, last
Okay.
Friday night.
So,
The overtime game.
It was in Iowa, that's when I think the quarterback got hurt.
Yeah.
Because they were in there for a while and then it just fell apart. Tennessee was not a successful.
They said it was about 60% last week, but this is a
Yeah,
little tough.
no, it wasn't that good.
It lost? Oh dear. That's not good.
So, not good. But I'm not, well, I don't know, they were saying now that it won't rain. It may not be
I was
raining.
gonna say,
Good.
I
I
think
hope
it's supposed to be raining all day tomorrow.
They have said
and
that.
Saturday morning.
Rest assured, people.
Well, I'm now starting to see the new trend, which is getting married on a Friday as opposed to the weekend because it's so much cheaper.
Oh,
I
really?
know.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy.
I've been to several now in the past year.
I have too.
What's on
I
that
have
paper?
too.
Getting married on a Friday as
Getting
opposed to the
married on
weekend.
Fridays.
My wife and I got married on Friday.
I got married on Friday.
Not for that.
Saturday.
I got married on a Sunday in
Yeah.
Catholic church.
I did too.
I got married.
Yikes.
It wasn't perfect, so it was Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, well, that's okay.
And my wife and I graduated one weekend. My parents, a lot of my family was in California, so we graduated one weekend and got married the following weekend.
Well, that makes sense.
So we don't have to travel twice.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
Always think about your mom and dad.
I'll put it back.
I look back at it now, I go, why were we in such a hurry?
Hey, you got a degree and a wife. I mean,
That's what it is.
I mean, that's the greatest
Check
part
the
of
boxes off, come on.
I have to tell you very quickly, my wife and I got married on a Friday the 13th.
He was his red tie.
I was in charge of finding the reception hall and the church on the same day, and that was my one task, like figure this out, and I was all excited because I got it all lined up, reception place, church, and then I called her at her work, like, I got it figured out, we can do it on this date, and she's like, isn't that the 13th of the month? So we got married on Friday, July 13th.
Oh, wow. That's
So, she ended up making she's an artist, and she ended up making the invitation for the reception. It had all sort of superstition stuff around it, like black cats, all that kind of stuff.
Made it easy to set a theme.
Well, yeah, it worked out okay though. So far so good, after 31 years, I think. So,
Ms. Jones, have you finished your review?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Why don't we proceed then?
So my,
Oh, sorry.
so my question was, of the paragraphs in this document
Yes.
that you testified down the line were true to Mr. Fry, which of those are true based on your own personal knowledge?
The first paragraph is true based on my own personal knowledge. The sentence that begins, "We had not previously seen these invoices," and the rest
Where
of
is
that
that?
paragraph,
What
that's in the third paragraph. I know that from my personal knowledge.
So let me do it different because I'm having trouble following you. So the first paragraph you said is true based on your personal knowledge.
Correct.
Is the second paragraph true based on your personal knowledge?
Not my personal knowledge,
The third paragraph,
only the second half of it.
Am I correct? I don't apologize for interrupting, but did you say you have personal knowledge that number 2 is correct? Paragraph number 2?
No.
No, she said no.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard, but I want to make sure.
so personal knowledge on the third paragraph, just call out the part, maybe read out the part that you got based on your own personal knowledge.
Beginning with the sentence, "We had not previously seen these invoices," and through the rest of that paragraph.
But the part before that, you don't know based on your own personal knowledge.
No, because it's refers to councils.
Okay, okay. The next paragraph.
True to my personal knowledge.
Now, is it true that it was highly questionable?
The invoice? Yes, I would say that's a good characterization.
So do you have Exhibit W?
I'm familiar with Exhibit W.
Okay. Was this the format, you said you had other candidates that received invoices from Constant Content that paid them and a few that didn't. Was it the same format that they received invoices from Constant Content?
Usually, they come in that format, but if you click on the view invoice, you can see an invoice. Or sometimes that would go to the candidate also, and they would send me the invoice.
Did you ever click on view invoice in this?
No,
Why not?
because it was $290,000, and I found it to be unbelievable and unlikely to be correct.
But you didn't click on it to, just to be clear, the other invoices from Constant Content that you received for other candidates were in the same format, meaning they came from QuickBooks or whatever this was.
Right.
Okay? And on the other candidates, you would click on the pay invoice, I guess, or something, and it would show you the invoice more detail?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't?
Oh, so if you click on that view invoice, it will show you more detail. Whether I did that with every single one, I can
Okay.
answer that in the 100%.
What would determine whether you clicked on the view invoice or not?
If there was a PDF attached, I would just open the PDF and print that.
Okay, why didn't you do that with this one?
Because I found the invoice to be unlikely to be correct, unbelievable, shocking, and I was not going to spend my time on it. I just replied back to her, whatever I said, are you kidding, is this real, or whatever I said.
So your testimony is that in reaction to an invoice you found to be shocking and unbelievable, your course of action was to not click to see the detail behind it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, let's keep going with, so, on the questionable part, the format of this is the same format as the other candidates were receiving invoices from Constant Contact.
That is how I cannot.
So the questionable part to you was not the format or being familiar with these invoices, but the amount.
Yes,
And you did not take any action to investigate what made up the amount.
correct.
Okay. All right, so let's keep going. We were on paragraph, the third one, which is they started with, let's go to the fourth one. So it's we had no contractual.
No, I just answered that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. The next one, we have received.
My best, true to my knowledge.
Your personal knowledge?
Personal knowledge.
How would you, okay, so you're saying it's because you didn't have any knowledge of these being paid. Did you ask Megan Fitzmartin or Anna Lippincott whether any or all components of the $290,000 invoice that you were told to ignore should be recorded as in-kind contributions?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, I don't know that there are any components to, I don't know what makes up that invoice.
Why don't you know what makes up the invoice?
Are behind the strategic media are for the
Hold on.
137 JPL invoice.
Why don't you know what makes up that invoice?
I just explained to you, I did not open the invoice to see if there was any detail on it. The invoice comes from Constant Content.
But you were familiar with getting other invoices from Constant Content.
Sure.
Do you think that that showed reasonable diligence?
I think it showed, it warranted what it deserved at the time.
So you thought that that was reasonable diligence, that that would be the diligent way for a campaign treasurer to respond to such an invoice, to not look at the detail?
Again, I think I have expressed that that was such an unusual bill that no, I did not go further. Certainly if it had come back around, I'm sure it would have come maybe in a different way or with more explanation.
Let's move on to the next paragraph, which I think, unless I skipped one, I thought, is that we do not know who, if anyone, is that the paragraph one now?
Yes, I know that from my personal knowledge.
The next paragraph.
I know that from my personal knowledge.
What steps did you take to develop that personal knowledge? Because it says whether or not all of the 137.
I was not presented with any information to tell me it was an independent expenditure. I'd have to be notified as the treasurer by another committee, a PAC, that they made that independent expenditure.
So, but it says, I'm gonna read it, it says, we do not know whether or not all of the 137,982 was for advertising for my campaign. That wording would imply that some might have been. So you said you know that's true based on personal knowledge, when you also had been, you were filing at the time you filed that, invoices. So that were for $137,000 in media.
I
So
would
can you
object.
clarify,
This is
can you
argument, not
clarify
question.
can you clarify what you, whether that paragraph is something you had based on personal knowledge?
I think she can answer it.
I guess my personal knowledge would be just looking at these invoices.
So you did look at these invoices before you filed this?
So by this, you're referring to Exhibit 19?
Yes.
I guess I'm not clear what you're asking me.
So you stated that you filed this with Secretary of State's office.
Yes.
This has a set of invoices for media services.
Uh-huh.
And you just said, I looked at these invoices when I filed this. So how can your comment about that the 137 is true, that paragraph is accurate when at the same time you're filing invoices that would seem to indicate it's not accurate?
The paragraph says whether they were for the campaign or for independent expenditure ads.
Did you do anything to investigate that?
No.
Okay, so I'm just gonna move on to the next one. The we understood, I think, is the next paragraph. Not for,
Not
By using personal knowledge. Okay, I think I can stop there on this. It's in this packet, it's in actually two exhibits, but if you flip back through the exhibit 19, I can give you mine. Let's see if this has all the pages. It has the invoice. So yeah, so good.
Just so we're clear, she's looking at Exhibit I in front of us, correct?
I think mine is exhibit 19. Let me give you,
I think it's the same thing.
I just want to make sure I'm looking over her shoulder to see it's the same thing.
I believe the same piece of paper is there.
I just want to see it. So if you flip back through that exhibit, there should be a page. I'm going to give you the total at the bottom of the page.
Just what exhibit are you looking at right now?
We're either looking at my number 19 or his I.
Okay, all right, I just want to reflect on that.
Yep. And it's for 126,606.
Just so we're clear, it's invoice number 6669 at the top, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 126,606. Were you the campaign treasurer for any of those candidates listed there that you recall?
Alan Freeman.
Okay. So, okay. Let's flip back to, well, I'm going to show you something else I'm going to flip back. So in Mr. Bry's exhibit L in his notebook, I want you to flip back to the third page. Okay. By the way, were you specifically familiar with that invoice?
Not that I recall, but I probably, since it's to HRCC.
Okay. Are those candidates that you were treasurer for? So if you're on the right, commissioners, if you're on the right,
Got to let her answer the question first.
6668.
As I testified, we do campaign treasury for Jason Stevens, and I believe he's HD 93, and Mark Frazier,
Okay, but you don't recall the other two.
not Brendel.
Okay. And think it's likely that you saw or received this invoice because of its HRCC.
Yes.
And what does it say under the invoice block to the upper right?
Pay 22420 need to in kind.
Okay. When you saw in the filing that you made on April 15, 2021 into the Secretary of State and looked at these invoices, and you saw this invoice, number 6669 for $126,000, did it jog your memory that this looks very similar to what was going on in HRCC races, but there's a different bill to?
No, I didn't think of that, but I would like to point out that that paid 22420 need to in kind would not have been part of the invoice when I saw it.
I agree. If I made an assumption that it was, okay, I didn't mean to do that, okay? But this invoice, the one in, I guess it's his I or my 19, that's for 126. That's one invoice number later than the one that Mr. Bryan included in his exhibits. These are candidates that, oh, I'm sorry, which of these candidates were your treasurer for?
Just Freeman on
Well, we're looking at the Freeman one.
6669.
6669, okay.
Only Freeman.
But when you went through these invoices and you were filing something in the Secretary of State database, did it cross your mind that this looks like the same exact kind of invoices I see on the candidates, the other candidates, coming from the HRCC?
No, not really. I mean, it doesn't, no. I mean, I'm familiar with strategic media placement. I pay
Okay.
hundreds of bills.
If you go back, it's probably the second page, right after the letter part. Did you review that summary before filing to the Secretary of State?
I see it and I looked at it, but it is not.
Did you attempt to contact anybody at Strategic Media Placement to ask them about these invoices?
These invoices are to constant contact.
Well, but when you're filing something on behalf of the Alan Freeman campaign, and the invoices are in a similar format to ones you're getting from other, and they're coming through QuickBooks the same way, did you make any attempt to go to Strategy and Media to ask whether this was about any of these invoices?
I would object to the question. It fails to have the foundation. She never received these invoices.
She filed
Unless
these
it shows that, until her counsel received them a couple days before the event.
She's the campaign treasurer, and she filed the invoices when she filed on April 15, 2021. So she saw them definitely as of April 15, 2021. So at that point in time, if never before that, once we got to April 15, 2021, did you, I guess your testimony is that you didn't do anything to contact Strategy and Media or anybody about these prior to filing this with the Secretary of State?
You mean March 25th? This is the one, is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about, so in the what they filed with the Secretary of State had a letter.
We need to identify it by exhibit number.
I keep saying 19 or I, page 2. 19 or I, page 2.
Is page 2 the letter or the summary invoices?
The summary.
Okay.
So what you filed included a summary of invoices. Okay? Did you make any attempt to get to Strategy and Media or anybody about that summary?
No, I did not contact Strategic Media Placement about their invoices to constant contact.
If you look up in the corner of that, can you see the date of when that summary was printed at least?
All I can see is 25/21.
So here's the summary. See if it's the same.
My date's cut off as well.
Okay, so my version has the whole document, and this is the version that came from the Secretary of State's office.
Can you have her read the date so we can know what it is?
So if you look at my exhibits, it should be in there unless I got copied and messed up. But my printouts have it in there, which I'm glad to show people. Can you read the date?
March 25th, 2021.
Okay, so this was done in March of 2021. So obviously somebody went to, well, I believe this was part of discovery from Strategy and Media.
And by the way, that is in exhibit I, but it's just not in the same place.
It's not in what?
It's not in the same order in which exhibit 19 has the page. But this piece of paper is in exhibit I, so it's both in both our.
Yeah, we just could, on yours, we do it, I couldn't see the date.
Oh, I see, because there's a hole in there.
Yep.
325.
That was the problem.
Okay, so I just wanted to, okay. I have a couple, like two other questions that I want to get. Mr. Bry asked you if you don't know the source of a contribution, that you can't report it, or you something to that effect, and you said yes. So I'm going to ask that question again. If you receive a contribution and you don't know who gave you the contribution, do you then not need to report it?
Well, if I receive a contribution, I would know who gave it to me.
What if you just received an envelope with $100 in it that said, for the Alan Freeman campaign with no other information?
Well, you are allowed to accept an anonymous contribution, but you have to report it as such.
Okay, so when a contribution comes in and you don't know who it came from, and you can't ascertain who it came from, what are you legally required to do?
Well, you're supposed to try to find out where it came from. Like sometimes at a fundraiser, people would just leave a $20 on the table, perhaps.
Okay, did you ever on these ask anybody? Do you, either back in April of 2020 or in April 15th of 2021 or anywhere in between, did you ever ask Alan Freeman, did we actually run a bunch of TV ads?
No, I never did, and I never saw any of Alan Freeman's TV.
Okay, but you didn't ask,
No.
was my question. Did you ask Megan Fitzmartin whether there were a bunch of TV ads run?
No.
Did you go online to check? We already said you're not familiar with the FCC database that reports all that stuff legally, but did you go online to, Alan Freeman's website or anything like that to see if there was any evidence that we had run a media campaign?
No.
Why not?
I do not consider that as part of my reporting.
But aren't you obligated to provide a complete and accurate report,
Yes,
including in kinds?
yes.
So wouldn't reasonable diligence be that you would follow up on things when strategy and media is producing summaries and invoices that they say are for Alan Freeman?
I did not follow up with that. I did not, I believe that they were not authorized, like Alan explained here, and they would be disputed if those were actually invoices. Because nothing was presented to us as a committee for me to pay.
Did you ask Alan if he had appeared in TV commercials or in radio ads?
No.
Why not?
But I don't participate in the running of the campaign, I just do the reporting for the campaign. So I did not see any ads for Alan Freeman, I did not,
Are you a CPA?
no.
Okay. Is that the way you handle other campaigns? If you receive, invoices or something like that and just ignore some of them, or do you ask questions to the candidate?
I would object to the form of the question, it's sort of ambiguous.
Sustained.
Is it normal practice when you receive questionable invoices to not have any discussion with the candidate?
There is nothing normal practice about that invoice, that was unusual.
I didn't ask about that invoice. I asked, was it normal practice if you received an invoice that you had not received authorization for, what have you, to not talk to the candidate about it?
I would object to interrupting the witness before she completes her answer.
She can go ahead and answer.
When I receive an invoice directly, if the candidate has also received it, I wait for their guidance to pay the invoice. If it came in the mail,
Did you make any attempt to talk to Jeff Longstrip about the invoice?
Again, I would object to cutting off the witness while she's in the middle of answering a question.
I thought she was finished.
She said more. She had a beginning of a sentence, I think just a word, and then he.
Well, let me ask then also.
Wait, let's let her, if she didn't finish, let's ask her if she's finished. Were you finished with your answer? And if not, Tell us that.
I was not finished,
Please finish
but
your.
now I don't really recall what I was going to say. Ask me another question.
Well, the other thing I'd like to ask is, just stick to the question I asked, as best as possible.
And let her finish her answer as best
Okay.
as you can.
So,
One question at a time.
okay.
Best as you can.
Were you aware that Megan Fitzmartin and Anna Lippincott were providing services to the Alan Freeman campaign?
Yes,
Did you ever ask them for an amount that should be shown on an in-kind report for the services they were providing?
not specifically Alan Freeman, but I asked Anna Lippincott, I worked with Anna Lippincott to get in-kind contributions that HRCC was.
I'm asking, stick to my question.
Please have him not, I object to him cutting off the witness.
You've done it repeatedly, Mr. Hicks. You need to let her finish.
And I agree, but I would like you to stick to the question I asked, as best you can. Okay, when I ask a question. Did you ever get any information or ask for any information from Anna Lippincott or Megan Fitzmartin specific to showing them as an in-kind contribution on Alan Freeman's report?
Showing, what do you mean by them?
Anna Lippincott and Megan Fitzmartin for the services they were rendering.
No,
Why not?
I would never ask about a specific in-kind. I asked for them to provide all the in-kinds that HRCC had made to all of my clients.
Okay. Were you aware of Luke Householder working with Alan Freeman?
No,
Were you aware of R.J. Mancini working with Alan Freeman?
I recognize the name, but it could just be from our previous meeting here, but I don't recall working directly with them.
Okay. Do you recall any notable in-kinds reported by Alan Freeman?
I don't recall.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
Yes.
Would you take a look at Exhibit 19 and Exhibit I, whichever one is easy for you to get hold of? And then April 15, 2021 final. I note that the invoices that are attached are all dated in February and March of 2020. Am I right about that? The invoices from Strategic to Constanta?
Yes,
At any time in 2020, have you ever seen any of these invoices?
no,
Did you see them at any time prior to a few days before April 15th?
no,
I note that you can point out a document that's dated March 25, 21. Do you know who prepared that document?
no.
Does it look like a QuickBooks or some other,
It looks like a QuickBooks report.
do you know whether or not Strategic Media Placement that uses QuickBooks?
I don't know.
In any event, you didn't see this on March 2020, did you?
No,
And as of April of 2021, was there any ability to find out from Constant Contact what its records said?
I don't believe so at that time, no.
Because at that point, it had been months after all the records had been seized in July of 2020, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Is that one of the reasons why you didn't follow up with Constant Contact to ask for details about these invoices?
I think that's reasonable to say, yes.
In 2020, after the primary election that Mr. Freeman lost, was the focus on, not just your focus, but do you know whether or not the focus of Jeff Longstreth and Anna Lippincott and Megan Fitzmartin was on the successful candidates rather than the unsuccessful ones?
I don't really know what their focus was on, but that would be normal procedure.
Would it be normal for them to focus more upon raising and spending money for campaigns that were still alive rather than those that are no longer viable?
Yes.
And is it common or uncommon for people to sort out the finances of unsuccessful candidates with invoices that haven't been sent after the live races have been completed?
Yes.
And you were sitting here when you heard the testimony of Stephen Caraway stating that Ann Lippincott had said that at least one of the plans might have been to raise money in Alan Freeman's campaign and pay off whatever they owed that way, right?
Yes, I heard that.
Did you know whether or not, was that ever communicated to you?
No,
Do you know whether or not it was ever communicated to Alan Freeman?
not that I don't know that.
Have you ever heard about that plan from anybody until you were sitting here today hearing Steve Caraway talk about it?
Not that I recall.
If towards October or November 2021, somebody had decided, okay, here's what we claim is a debt, here's what we claim is an invoice, here's what's going to be in kind, if you could properly report it, right? If you got that information
You mean in 2020?
in 2020.
Yes.
But you never got that information.
No.
And as far as you know, by the time that information would normally be gotten to you, nobody was going to get that information because all the records had been seized.
Right.
I've nothing further.
Does anybody in the commission have questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions. Do you consider yourself a professional treasurer?
Well, I do get paid for it, so yes.
Okay. And you've got more than 20 years experience, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not see authenticity of the invoices and the invoice in particular of that $290,000 plus. Is that accurate?
Correct, other than pushing back to Anna when I originally received that email. So that would have been my only investigation.
And you didn't click on it to see the backup information of what that $290,000 was for, correct?
Correct. Not
And
that
is this
I recall.
usual?
No, normally I would have opened it, if there was a PDF attached to it, I would have opened it. You know, if I got an invoice that was $6,000 or $543, $290,000 was so unusual that I did not pursue it beyond that.
It seems a little odd to me, you know, that you would have a $290,000 plus. It's unusual, just as you said, but that would make me even more curious. What is this for and why? So you didn't ask yourself why and what is it for?
No, and I guess I would like to expand a little and say in that context of, to get something like that at that time of year when things are fast and furious, I'm trying to move things through. So when I get something that, when I got that and replied to her and she just kind of waved me off, I moved on. I can't, I'm just trying to express how busy that primary period can be, and so that's my explanation there.
Your duty as a treasurer is to complete and file all campaign finance reports pre and post election for both winning candidates and those that have lost, correct? And for this campaign, the email from Constant Contact for that $290,000 came in April 1st. I didn't recall seeing on exhibit, I think it's Mr. Freeman's exhibit I, the report that was filed with the Secretary of State, Committee to Elect Freeman, the document that you went through and said what you knew personally, etc. I didn't see a date on that. Do you recall what date that was?
It was April, I believe April 15th is when we put that out.
Okay, so then you did receive the invoice from Constant Contact on April 1st, so prior to submitting this.
This was filed in 2021.
Okay.
The invoices were in 2020.
Okay. That's all I have. Chair.
I have a couple questions. You were the treasurer of the Allen Committee to elect Alan Freeman, correct?
Yes.
If you look at the Ohio Secretary of State campaign finance disclosure forms, and I'm sure you've seen these before, is it your position that this represents the total expenditure for the Alan Freeman campaign, 2020 campaign?
Well, as I knew it at the time, yes, it was. I was not aware that there was any additional, this media spending or any of that. So yes, at the time, that absolutely to the penny balances to the campaign account.
So we added it up and it's 17,000 and change, and certainly that doesn't seem like much money for a campaign. Would you agree?
They're all different.
Now, let me ask you this, as the treasurer, have you ever paid an invoice to Constant Content for the Alan Freeman campaign, the 2020 campaign? Have you ever cut a check to Constant Content for any of the work they obviously did?
I don't know specifically. If I did, it would be on that report.
Well, it's not.
Okay, then I would say I haven't.
Do you think that's unusual?
No, because the only evidence I would have they did anything is that invoice she sent, which, the next step could be for her, and I am speculating here.
We don't want you to speculate. Just testify to what you know, if you would.
What I know is that it is entirely possible that that type of an invoice would have been paid by HRCC, and then they would have in-kinded the Alan Freeman Committee, or it could have been paid by ORP, although now, after sitting here in his testimony, I know he was not endorsed by them, but I did not know that at the time. And then that would be in-kinded from ORP to the Freeman Committee, so I would not consider that completely unusual that I didn't pay them, even though they had been presented with an invoice.
Okay, that's all I have.
It's my understanding that Mr. Freeman's responsibility to make sure that these are the information to you so you can appropriately report, correct?
Yes.
Now, I struggle with your testimony in that you say, I got this $290,000 invoice and it was shocking, it was unbelievable, absolutely stood out, and yet you didn't bother to click on to see what was inside the content that made up the $295,000. Are you testifying here today that you didn't look at it at any point in time?
I can't say that 100%, no, I can't say that.
And I guess the next step for me is you've gotten a $290,000 invoice, and the only thing to document that you're not going to pay it is that you had a conversation, you said just ignore it. Is that right?
That's true, and I was never presented with the bill ever again. There was
No.
never any follow-up or collection or re-presenting of it.
But you didn't send an email to Anna, or you didn't send one to Mr. Freeman saying, hey, they said go ahead and ignore it, this isn't right, I've looked at it, or I haven't looked at it, nothing like that, correct?
I seem to recall that Anna, I did email her when I received it, and she emailed me back, but I don't,
She didn't email back saying ignore it, did she?
I believe she did.
And do we have that?
It's in here. There's something that says that she,
We have a
I
statement
don't
in Exhibit
recall.
I and Exhibit 19, we do not have the email.
Okay.
But I didn't think I had seen it.
I thought that there was an actual communication.
So you've got an invoice which you classify, especially in a house race, that is shocking, unbelievable, and yet you never have a conversation with the actual candidate that you're the treasurer for. Is that true?
Not that I recall, so.
Well, I would think if you're talking about something that's as shocking, unbelievable as this, that at some point in time, you'd have a conversation going, this is ridiculous, we need to figure this out, something along those lines, correct?
I understand what you're saying,
But that never took place.
not that I recall.
Did you ever reach out to Anna to say, hey, should this be an in-kind contribution? Can we get something so we can properly report this?
I don't recall doing that, no.
I don't think I've got any further questions.
I have a question. So, the 4 constant content invoices that were sent on 3/25/21 that were in 19 in they for 137,982 and 1, which we have discussed. So were these ever paid by anybody? And if they were paid for by whom?
So I don't know. I don't have any information.
So then they've never sent them back to you saying these are unpaid, we need to get these taken care of, this, you know.
Objection, they were never sent to her, so they could be sent back to her.
They're from, I believe they're from Strategy Group 2 Constant Content.
Yeah. So you never received these at all?
So, I'm sorry, whose file was that? Legend?
This was the strategy media placement, and they were sent, it was invoices for constant content. So.
And I
it
believe
says-
Mr. Hicks previously stated he got that was from the subpoena to Strategic Media Group, media placement.
If I'm allowed.
You're learning. Does anybody else on the commission have questions for this witness? Mr. Ricker, do you have anything?
No.
Made this, Mr. Hicks, go ahead, you have a question for
So
us?
I'm gonna put in front of you, because I'm learning, I'm gonna put in front of you, This is exhibit 13 in my exhibits, exhibit 13. And then I've also referred to exhibit 19 or exhibit I. So exhibit 13 is what Strategy and Media provided as part of this process as their discovery. If you look at the very front page, the page that has the totals on it, on exhibit 13, what's the date at the top of that page?
March 25th, 2021.
Now, if you look at exhibit 19, or Mr. Bry's exhibit I, what's the date at the top of that page? Of the filing that you put into the Secretary of State?
I think it's the same as the one you just showed me, March 25th.
It's the same.
It is. Okay. So those two, the documents that you filed with the Secretary of State were from the discovery from Strategy and Media. So at the time that you were told to file the documents with the Secretary of State, at that time did you feel like going back and clicking on the email and seeing what came up?
Objection as to what you felt like.
At that time, when you're being asked to file something with the Secretary of State, did you then go back to the email and click on it to see what actually came up when you clicked on the email?
No.
Why not?
I'm sorry, when you're talking about the email, you're talking about exhibit W?
No, so yes, yes. So exhibit W from April 1st. So just to clarify, you're being, and I'll make sure I'm asking a question. You're being asked to file something in the Secretary of State's database making representations about a $290,000 invoice, including invoices and documents that are not from that invoice, but from a separate event. At that time, did you go back and click on the original email to see what came up, or if anything came up?
Ask and answer, objection.
I just want to make sure it's clear to the commissioners. Why didn't you?
We've had so much testimony on this, I feel like
Okay.
ask and answered at this point.
Okay, that's all I have.
Will this witness be excused?
I have one.
Okay, keep it short.
It's gonna be a hard day.
No, we're not stopping at 3:15 because I know. I'm letting Mr. Ricker, we're gonna stop at 3:15 because we need to gather ourselves as to what the next proceeding date and how we're gonna handle things before the commissioner needs to
I'd say
leave.
ignore it.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You work for an accounting firm, correct?
Yes.
If you receive an email directed to Ernst & Young that's sent to your address with a link saying, here's the details of my finances on something, You click on that link?
No,
Why not?
no, A, because it's not for me, and B, because I don't click on any links that I'm not, I don't know about.
And after Analytica told you that this was not something that was for you, the Exhibit W, did you do that in the same sense, that you don't read other people's mail?
Not necessarily that it was other people's mail, the email was addressed to me, but I took that to mean it was going to be handled in another way. It was not to be, I didn't worry about it.
Do you typically, even if you're erroneously, this I take it, you understood that this was erroneously sent to you? The Exhibit W, correct?
No, I took it to mean the amount of the invoice itself from Constant Content is most, that it was not going to be paid by the committee to elect Alan Freeman. It would probably be paid by ORP or HRCC.
Did you know whether or not any of the amounts in that were actually authorized by Alan Freeman?
No.
When a bill is significant and you don't pay it, is it normal for people to follow up if it's a legitimate debt?
Yes.
And nobody followed up with the 290,000 email exhibit number?
No.
Thank you.
Anybody on the commission have anything
I
further?
do have one question. What is your process for when a invoice is received? What's your process of timing for putting that particular account payable on the ledger for the individual mishandled? Do you wait for it to be somewhat, to some type of verification to make sure that it's legitimate or not, and then you put it on the, as you're keeping the ledger or books for that particular campaign?
Well, I have a filing system, so I would immediately, I try to do this daily. Invoices I get, I scan them, email them to clients. If they come in the mail, if they're an email, I will forward it right on. I'll generally print out if there's a PDF and put it in their file. So then I'll wait for their approval to pay.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the commission have any questions? May this witness be excused.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Jones, thank you. Mr. Hicks, do you have any additional witnesses you intend to
Yes.
call? I presume that you're resting, subject to the admission of your exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
Yes?
will we proceed further?
Sorry. What would your next step be here?
The next step, I would move to dismiss at this point.
Do you have any objections to the entry of his exhibits?
No, I think they're relevant, but I'm not going to fight about them.
Thank you.
There wasn't testimony on all of them.
No, there wasn't, agreed.
So normally, I would expect that there'd be testimony or authentication for exhibits you're gonna admit.
Let me back up. I object to the, it depends upon what we're talking about. If we're talking about his revised exhibits, I don't have a problem with those. If we're talking about the ones where he has pieces of paper that are sort of argumentative and aren't evidence, I don't stipulate that they're evidence, but you can obviously, anybody can send a chart to the commission, have you look at it. Or to put it differently, to the extent that there has been evidence and authentication of the documents, or claimed evidence or authentication of the documents, I don't have a problem. I will not object.
Would you like me to list off the exhibits that I believe I used?
I was just saying, I was gonna ask you, Mr. Hicks, do you understand what the requirement of authentication of the exhibits is? You understand what that means?
Yes, but I also recall that in a prior hearing, we talked about authentication, and Mr. Bry indicated he was not going to be asking for authentication on things like Secretary of State records and so
I
forth.
believe that's accurate.
Correct.
That is accurate.
Okay.
I can't remember what I said, but I'm not objecting to it today. I hesitate for him to put words in.
If we're not fighting about it, let's not fight about it.
Right.
I mean, we know what we're here to talk about today.
So, do you feel that he needs to proceed and list what exhibits, or we're just gonna,
I think Mr. Bryce said he doesn't object to it, and I think we as a commission, in considering this, can know what was relevant, what wasn't relevant.
I agree that like one, it would help, I could just read off the numbers very quickly of the ones that I believe I actually used, that are not, that are, so 2, the ones I believe I actually used are 2, 3, 7, 9, 10B, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, and 20. Or no, and 19, I never used 20.
and then what about the exhibits that were presented in?
That was actually some pages out of my originally submitted exhibit that was Caraway's. So it was originally, it was part of exhibit, whichever one is at
Let's
11.
not go back to your original, because we've already talked about this revised and came in.
I objected that, I don't object from now, I saw copies where it was doing it, that's fine.
Okay.
I also have that you referred to 22A, 22B.
Oh, those are, yes, the
24,
media exhibits, yes, those are the, I'm just not looking at those are the media exhibits.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was looking at the minutes based on
22A.
22A, 22B, 23, 25,
24.
5B, 24. Those are all from the last meeting.
25.
I didn't use any new media exhibits.
Those are all part of the,
I did not have,
Part of the
was
record.
16 on that, I did not have 16.
Let me see what 16 was.
I think he referred to them just in passing.
Yeah, because it's a bunch of Alan Freeman documents.
Yeah, he didn't go through them all, I think he said, I think there was a document pulled out of there or something.
Okay.
To be totally accurate, I don't think I ever had you refer to something in Exhibit 16. I referred to it with a couple witnesses, but they, like Megan Fitzmartin, agreed that there were text messages, so I never actually.
And then for, Mr. Bry's exhibits that you used, L, K, W.
I don't have any objection to Mr. Bry's exhibits, with the exception of any exhibits that cut off the dates on the top in their duplication, that duplicated one of my exhibits. I would object to exhibits that removed part of the content of the actual document.
So noted.
So I have for that I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, S,
R.
T, and W.
RST.
Oop, I didn't have R.
Yeah.
Missed that one, sorry. Apologies.
Okay, anything else?
Was there something I haven't learned?
Is Mr. Hicks rested?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Okay, I would move to dismiss at this point on 2 grounds. One, the total merits of the thing. And secondly, in terms of he has rested his case, there are 2 and only 2 parties to this case. The Alan Freeman campaign and Alan Freeman. The only reason Susan Jones testified, or was allowed to testify, is because she, the treasurer of the campaign, is not a party to the case. If she were a party to the case, she would have been no more testifying than Mr. Freeman is. Now, why is that important? That is important because there are 2, and only 2, statutes that are before this commission in this case. The first one is that 351713B, no campaign committee, which is a party, shall fail to file a complete and accurate statement required under Division A1 of Section 351710 of the revised code. Obviously, they have a campaign committee before, so that's not really, it may be an issue substantively, but it's not an issue legally.
Can I interrupt you for just one moment?
Yes, sir.
I know Mr. Davey had indicated we had a 3:30 stop time. Do you have somewhere you need to be? Do we need to put this on hold for somebody?
Yeah, for me, we
So,
shared that at the last meeting.
It seems to me by the time you argue, by the time Mr. Hicks argues, and by the time we have to consider this as a commission, that may not give us sufficient time to get it so she can get out of here.
Or to deliberate on your motion.
That's what I meant.
Well, you can just
Well,
grant it without deliberating.
But
I'm sure
I
you're
would say
comfortable
let
on
him,
it.
I would say let council finish his statement at least.
Well, I can
it's
do it,
not-
I can
it's
do
not
it
gonna
next
go
time. I'm not
away.
gonna take a long time for it, but at least you'll have.
Well,
a chance.
I would object because if you're gonna listen to his statement but not hear my statement for weeks, I don't think that that's proper.
Oh,
I think from a logistical standpoint, it's probably the next time we get together, you can both collect your thoughts and present it more
Exactly.
concisely than if we do it today.
I think that's right, and I think that I was sufficiently time wasted in my presentation that hopefully I haven't prejudiced you too much since, despite my eloquent words, they might not have reached the.
So let's assume, Mr. Bride, that you're not successful on your motion to dismiss.
Mhm.
What witnesses or what kind of testimony do you intend to have the next time we convene?
I think we will have one or two witnesses. You know, I anticipate that Alan Freeman will be one of them.
And you're available on our next meeting date, the 18th?
I don't know why not. I mean, as I sit here, I don't think, there's no other hearing scheduled. There will be a couple of preliminary.
I can check and make sure I'm gonna be here.
Finance plan stuff.
Yes, November 18, I'm available. You
Yeah,
available?
Mr. Hicks, me too.
Okay.
I think it's fine. After a year, I'll be here.
Okay, November 18th.
I'm checking mine to make sure I don't have a conflict.
I think, that's obviously a predetermined date, so I think everybody, presumably would otherwise available.
I'm okay. Mr. Dry, I apologize for cutting you off.
No, actually, I'm glad you did, because as you've seen, I'll keep talking until you tell me not to.
I do have one question. For the 18th, would we be keeping 10 a.m.? Would we move it up to 9 as well?
Mr. Dry, how long do you intend to be with your witnesses, do you think?
As, Alan Freeman will take a little while. The other one, I don't think so, if we use the other one.
Okay.
Well,
You want to go at 9 again next time?
I would suggest 9, but I also would, and I think out of fairness to the parties as well, that everyone look at their calendar and see what their stop time would be as well.
I didn't have one, I just looked at mine.
I can't give you that stop time, because I don't have my complete calendar, somebody else does it for me.
Are there cases on, because I'm looking at.
No, there are not. They're just disclaimers.
There's just those two disclaimer
Pretty
complaints.
fast.
Is it only 2 of them?
That's all I
Oh,
see,
yes.
for razor cases.
So we're talking an hour and an hour and a half.
There's a G and a D case for razor.
Okay. Yeah, the others will put on the second.
Okay. All we have are two, a G and a D case, both involving the same respondent. That's all that appears to be on the 18th agenda at this point.
Okay,
shouldn't be a problem.
You feel comfortable with,
Starting still at 10?
no, let's.
Oh, I'm merely throwing that out, if you want to keep it the same.
No, I would suggest keep it 9, that just allows us to get through some business.
Sure.
Get through some business and then
Do what
also,
I did.
right, get
I
through some
sleep on
business,
the
allow the
way.
party to
Or
set
I
up
sleep on the
properly
road.
and everything like that.
So we will start at 10, just like today?
Well,
No, you start at 9.
well,
We'll start
I
at
would
9.
say,
Yes,
I
we
would
get
say
here.
before 10, only because these two cases that we have probably will take a half an hour at most, maybe 45 minutes.
Since I have to come from Cincinnati and get trapped on I-275, I'd like to have a specific
Be here at
clear
9:30.
start time.
Well, what I would say is that at 10 o'clock, or very shortly thereafter, we want to say, council, please proceed. And so, all the items that you bring.
Have to be set up,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
like I did today.
the room will be open, we'll all be here, get here at 20 till, half an hour till, 10 till, whatever it is, but at 10 o'clock.
Was I sufficiently quiet setting up today?
I'm more than willing to show up at 9 and waive any requirement for Mr. Hicks to be here till 2. He might object, actually.
Just a little levity.
For one of them.
Very little. Very little.
Commissioners, we're all fine?
All good.
Okay.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Yeah, moving a second down there, I don't think so. We gotta
For a
move it a
vote,
second.
call for vote.
Aye.
This is-
Aye.
One to nothing.
All in favor?
Aye.